the sacred grounds of Saratoga. One more chance to see history in real time.
It is truly an iconic venue, not only in the world of thoroughbred racing, but in sport itself. Saratoga Racecourse at Saratoga Springs, New York. We've become used to crowds like this during the summer meet, but they are here today for the last time to see the Belmont Stakes run at Saratoga. That's 3 consecutive years as Belmont Park itself is being reimagined. Welcome to our coverage here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be with Samantha G. Perry. We've been counting down, as we talk about the Belmont Stakes itself and all this week, it is also the conclusion to a long trip throughout the Triple Crown. Started with the Kentucky Derby 5 weeks ago, and now here we are at 1.25 miles at Saratoga. What's been the theme of this Triple Crown so far, SGP?
I feel it's been a little bit unpredictable, Todd. It's just been such a journey from start to finish that first weekend of May all the way up until now. It's been filled with excitement for sure. Of course, Cherie DeVaux has really just taken the world by storm, being the first woman ever to win the Kentucky Derby, and very excited to see Golden Tempo back today.
Okay, we have the first race coming up not too far from now, about 28 minutes away, but that's the first of 14 races we're going to bring you here from Saratoga. Some of the highlights along the way, obviously we're counting down to the Belmont Stakes, the 158th running, race 13 on the card, but prior to that, the Just a Game on the turf. The Woody Stevens top 3-year-olds sprinting in there. We have a huge rivalry budding between our two favorites, and then one of the great races that truly has come to define New York racing for over 100 years, talking about the Hillendale Met Mile. And you could be playing along with your Naira Bets account. There is no better way to play all the racing action we bring you each and every day on America's Day at the Races than with your Naira Bets account. We're so sure you're going to love it. We have a promo code you need to enter. That is Belmont25. And when you do, it'll unlock a free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match bonus. Do that right now. Get your Naira Bets account underway. Belmont 25, the promo code. Let's talk about Belmont 158, Samantha, and taking a look at the current odds. We figured that Renegade would take some play. Renegade certainly is, as our 8-5 favorite. A lot of people looking at the trouble that he had at the start.
Yeah, and he's a horse that he did get into some trouble, fair enough, from the break with Irad Ortiz, his pilot, just trying to take position, Todd, early in the race. As you know, it's a scramble from the full field of the Kentucky Derby, but he's a horse that comes from behind anyway, so we'll have to see what trip he works out today.
So it was Renegade who was second in the Kentucky Derby, but the story obviously was the win by Golden Tempo and the history made by trainer Cherie DeVaux. And standing by at Golden Tempo's stall is Megan Burgess. Happy Belmont, Megan.
Happy Belmont Day, Todd, and the energy is palpable as we are just behind us, your Kentucky Derby victor, Golden Tempo, in a triumphant last to first victory, taking this game not only to historic heights himself in his performance, but his trainer, the first female trainer ever to win the race. Now, Golden Tempo arrived here at Saratoga on June the 1st in the early morning hours. The hard work for him has been done at his home base at Keeneland Racecourse. He's been training well, having skipped the Preakness in hopes to tackle this Belmont Stakes in terms of getting this route of ground, as he is a deep closer, as mentioned. Last to first triumph, but he's incredibly settled. He actually has not graced us with his presence just yet, as he is resting for the game day at Todd, but he upset the Kentucky Derby, and in this pace dynamic in this Belmont Stakes, he could be a prize looking to upset the horse that he just beat the first Saturday of May.
I mean, first time around, if you missed him at 23-1, but what if he wins again at a decent price? Isn't that kind of a shame on the rest of us?
It is, and I'm curious to see if anybody who did take him at that price in the Kentucky Derby are going to go back to the well with him again today. He's definitely going to be a higher one, and that's just based off the fact of the way the race looks like it's going to set up. He might not get that same trip. Everything just really fell into place for him in the Kentucky Derby, as it needs to do in the Kentucky Derby. That's why it is such an infamous race, Todd.
Well, currently Golden Tempo is our 5th choice in the wagering at 6-1. You can get the Kentucky Derby winner at 6-1. You can get the second place finisher in the Kentucky Derby at 8-5. Currently our favorite is Renegade. You were referencing the start that he had in the Kentucky Derby. So much trouble from that inside post. What kind of trip are you expecting today? Where is his ideal positioning early in today's race?
I don't think he has to be as far back as he was in the Derby, but of course that was just the product of circumstance, Todd. But he's one, to me, I'll admit, going into the Kentucky Derby, I was not the biggest fan of. He's a little bit of a lighter bodied horse, and I wondered if the kind of bumping and grinding that goes on when they break out of those starting stalls would kind of knock his confidence, and he's one that just battled back very gamely. So you hope that he's not going to regress from that and just keep on moving forward from there.
A return of a number of horses out of the Kentucky Derby, including our top 2 finishers, and it's a return of Matt Hill, who's been doing a great job all week long here. Oh, you're in my favorite spot, Matt. I love the picnic area here. These are the fans that define New York racing.
There's no doubt about that, Todd. Great to be with you on such a special day. And it is a special day. These punters, have a look at the shirt. It is spectacular. It's 10 out of 10 on Belmont Stakes Day. Our man here is doing the form. And as we wend our way through, we've got all of the supporters here. They are loving every moment of it. Picnic baskets are out. Some drinks are out. But I've found the best dressed man on course. Ryan, how old are you, Ryan?
I'm 22.
22, racing fan. Who do you like in the Belmont?
Man, Golden Tempo is going to take it home.
The Derby winner is
Yeah,
going to
Derby
take it
winner.
home. Where did you get this outfit from?
I found it online. It was just unbelievable. $150. I think it's the best money I've ever spent, to be honest. So
you got the table all set up, and quite frankly, Todd, I know I've got a couple of hours of work to do, but I think I'm just going to settle in. So I'm just going to knock off for the day.
And if you knock back a couple of beers, I completely understand. It is a lot of fun in the picnic area. 22, and that guy has a lot of confidence with the pink suit that he's wearing. We are confident you're going to love today's show. We've been talking about the Belmont Stakes, but there is also a huge race coming up in Surrey, England. Don't forget about the special wagers coming up on this Saturday. The $5 Woody Stevens Belmont Double. You connect those 2 races, races 10 and 13. Then the Met Mile to the Belmont Double. Again, $5 minimums there. As for Surrey, England, it is the Epsom Derby. 4 years after America was born, they started running this race. You are going to see the 247th edition of the Epsom Derby here on America's Day at the Races, one of the most pivotal Saturdays we've had all year. We'll be back right after this.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
second, top of the home run in the Chester Vase, and he's gone on. It's Benvenuto Cellini. He's out clear now by 3 or 4 lengths to Proposition in second place. Back in third, that is Mr. Colonel, but it's all Benvenuto Cellini. It's going to be a 12th Chester Vase for Aidan O'Brien, a 10th for Ryan Moore. He's on the Epsom Derby trail, all right.
Benvenuto Cellini was bred to be a great horse, and he's on the precipice of doing that today. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Todd Trupp alongside Samantha Perry. Full team coverage here at Saratoga leading up to the Belmont Stakes, but we're going to bring you one of the biggest races in the world today. It is the 247th running of the Epsom Derby in Surrey, England, and that horse you just watched, Benvenuto Cellini, is currently our 6-5 favorite, but that pedigree, Samantha, always stood out as a son of Frankel out of a brilliant race mare that we saw here in the United States. Newspaper of record.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing just to see that. And when you think about it, it's a very large world, but it's a small world in the horse racing industry. And it's very cool to see just such blue blood breeding like that. And a horse that took the same path for trainer Aidan O'Brien last year, Lambourne, who did win that previous race, Chester Vase, and then came back and won the Epsom Derby.
What Bob Baffert is to the modern Kentucky Derby as a trainer,
yeah.
Aidan O'Brien is to a lot of races, but particularly the Epsom Derby. His success is at another level.
Yeah, it's very, very cool to see, and just something that the Aidan O'Brien, Aidan's Army, as they like to call it when he's on the track, is just such a well-run oil machine, Todd, and it's amazing that he has 4 runners in a race like this, one that is so pivotal for the 3-year-old Colts this year.
Can only Aidan O'Brien beat Aidan O'Brien in this race?
They've got to run the race first, Todd. You never know, but when you're holding the cards of 4 horses out of a 14-horse field, and some of them look like we just saw right there with Benvenuto Cellini.
Do you want me to tell you the greatest horse racing story I've ever heard in my 35-year career?
I would love to hear it.
And it's around the Epsom Derby. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, you were only
sure?
doing this since 1 year old?
Well, listen, I was not at the first Epsom Derby. But in 1954, there was a horse that came over from America, a horse called Never Say Die. Back up to when Never Say Die was foaled and brought into this world. There is a place in Lexington, Kentucky called the Old Hamburg Place. They bred Sir Barton, who was the first American Triple Crown winner. Leasing some of their property in like 1952 was a man named John Bell. His family would go on to own a farm that everyone's familiar with in John Bell. He comes home one night after a date with his wife. They arrive, it's raining out, and the staff comes from the foaling barn and says, Mr. Bell, you need to come down. There's a foal that won't get out of the straw. It's just totally lethargic. He grabs a bottle of bourbon as he walks out of the house, throws his raincoat on. He walks down to the foaling barn. He sees the foal lying there, and he pours the bourbon down the foal's gullet. The foal gets up, spits out some mucus. They name the horse Never Say Die. Now, fast forward to his 3-year-old season. He goes to the Epsom Derby. The story is huge on the BBC over in England. And listening on the radio to the story is a young nursing student named Mona Best. She goes to sleep that night, and she has a premonition that Never Say Die is going to win the Epsom Derby. She takes everything she owns, all the money she has, she sells her jewelry, she bets it all on Never Say Die to win the Epsom Derby. He wins at 33-1.
Oh, wow.
Her son comes home, and she says, tell your friends, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and John Lennon, you can start that band. I just want a bunch of money. It was Pete Best's mom, Mona Best, who bought the original chateau where the Beatles would have their first concerts. There may have not been a Beatles without the win in 1954 by the American horse, Never Say Die, in the Epsom Derby.
That is incredible.
There's a book on it, too.
That is absolutely incredible.
There is a book on it, and it is one of the most well-known tales amongst English sporting fans, but somehow has been missed here in America. There's also a bourbon called Never Say Die, which is very appropriate. There's got to be.
Well, that's kind of like you, right? You take a swig of bourbon and you come to life?
Wow. I hope HR is not listening. We are 14
today,
minutes away. Too much information. We are 15 minutes away from the first of 14 races on this Belmont card, the Belmont Stakes, the 158th running. Later today here at Saratoga, it'll be race 13 on the 14-race program. But we start with a 7-furlong maiden special weight event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Scratch the 1, 3-shot Cheryl. We are left with a field of 7. taking a look at the 3, Pippa Ads.
Pippa Ads is a filly that is a half to Accelerize, trained by Todd Pletcher, who is the Grade 3 Louisiana winner a little bit earlier this year. The second place finish last time out at Aqueduct I thought was a very nice run, and this is a horse that has speed, Todd, and it also is the start of this early pick 5. I have a $54 ticket, and of course you can play it all with Naira Bets. You can scan the QR code. They cannot make it any easier for you. This is perfect. I just have to scan it in order to bet right now. It doesn't take any time off the show for me. My key here is in race number 4 with the number 7, and it's
Helen's Revenge, 8-1 in the morning line. You're singling an 8-1 morning line shot.
Yes, I am going for 4 victories in a row, just on a roll right now, so I'm going to try to strike while the iron's hot. And then race number 5, what a good one on the grass course. I do like the number 2 for Kevin Attard.
Okay, for that race to matter, you got to get out of this race, and you do not have this horse, the 4 Cold Spell, 3-5 in the morning line, 4-5 currently. Why do you think Cold Spell is a beatable favorite here?
So that race at Keeneland that day was won by a Maxfield offspring, a filly trained by Brendan Walsh, who went for a massive price tag at the OBS sales, and I couldn't really believe that they paid that much money for that horse, and she won with a massive buyer. She did not come back to run too well.
While we're watching the field here, get ready in the paddock for the start of Belmont Day at Saratoga. They are watching the field arrive in Surrey, England at Epsom Downs. It is the Epsom Derby, and one of the trainers there, Andrew Balding, he's in the top hat, although there's quite a few top hats around there. We will be showing you live, what a treat here, the 247th running of the Epsom Derby, included in our coverage here of all the action at Saratoga for Belmont Day. So with Cold Spell, you're skeptical about the depth of that field.
Yep.
And so you've left this horse out of your pick 5. The 5 Fusion was well bet in the debut at Aqueduct, and then now today is being left alone at 10-1.
Has a couple months of a layoff line, but that's okay for me with trainer Chad Brown, because he's a trainer that he'll point for a meet like this for running horses for the big shot here for such a prolific Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Fusion to me is one that can take another step forward. The 4th place finisher, or the winner finished 4th in an allowance last time out at Keeneland. So the race not totally flattering, but get jockey Flavian Pratt a nice outside post. There looks like there's some speed on the inside with Pippa Ads. Cold Spell has got some quick foot too. So maybe this is the horse that sits a perfect trip, Todd.
Are you surprised that we're sitting at this point in trainer Chad Brown's career and he hasn't won the Belmont Stakes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very surprised.
Yeah.
Yep. I find that quite shocking.
I think that changes today. We've got you covered everywhere, taking you high overhead here at Saratoga. We've got a drone view that will help us out with the racing action throughout the day. And if there is any action going on anywhere at Saratoga, you'll see it here on America's Day at the Races. Full team coverage. And the most important part of our team is you watching with us throughout the day and playing through Naira Bets. About to put the saddle on here in race number 1 on the 8th, My Sharona. 0 for 8. Does this horse have the knack to win? And by the way, Mitch loved that one. Go ahead.
This is a filly that is a 4-year-old taking on some 3-year-olds, so does have that experience edge, Todd. In my opinion, this time of year, it still can be a tough task for 3-year-olds to face older horses and get the victory. Now, it does happen, but more times than not, it doesn't. And a filly like this, who ran a pretty nice race at the mile last time, albeit it was in December, but a nice trainer switch to Belmont.
Okay, so for this festival that we've been talking about, the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival here at Saratoga, this is the earliest post time we've had, 11 a.m. Very comfortable. We're going to be going almost to 8 by the time we get to the end of the card. We see that it's overcast right now. I assume that's going to burn off, but is there any type of chance of rain that you know of?
It's hit and miss, it seems like.
So it's very comfortable right now. Main track fast, turf course firm.
Yep, which is great conditions to start the day and get in your early pick 5 on Naira Bets. And such a fun day, full fields. This early pick 5, Todd, is not for the faint of heart.
Well, see, there's another point of view, and that is when you looked at the morning line favorites. Now, you obviously deconstructed the favorite here, the 4 Cold Spell, but then in race number 2, you have Life and Times, who has the ability.
Yep.
When you look at the 1-turn 7 furlongs and the 1-turn miles that this horse has turned in, he beat Dreamlike rather easily when they met each other at Aqueduct in a 1-turn mile. I mean, if he runs his race, there's a favorite that obviously is going to be very difficult. But looking at your ticket, you weren't intimidated by horses like that, or even race number 3, where Intellect, after all the scratches, will probably be a 4 to 5 favorite. I mean, there is a school of thought.
Yes.
This could start out odds-on favorite, odds-on favorite, odds-on favorite. You don't see it that way.
I'm hoping so. That's how we make some money, right? And I don't feel that it's very conducive to horse players a lot of times if you're going to go 3 or 4 deep to use a horse like the number 4 Cold Spell on a spot like this. Because to me, horses like Cold Spell that run such a fast race first time out, and trainer Wesley Ward is so good with first time starters, especially at Keeneland. Now, this was a 3-year-old. His knack is really getting those 2-year-olds ready for those 4.5 furlong races. But I just don't love when they run such a fast race and cannot win the race, Todd.
Talk about pedigrees here. The 7 Crowning Glory makes her debut. She's by Uncle Mo out of the mare Close Hatches, who produced Tacitus. And you may remember Tacitus on this circuit, a winner of the Suburban, a winner of the Wood Memorial, and on that Triple Crown Trail that year, also a winner of the Tampa Bay Derby. This is a look back at Tacitus. Do you feel that the 7 Crowning Glory should get a little bit more of a look here because of that pedigree?
They might do so. I will not. I will not let it intimidate my playing, my ticket structure here, Todd, because yesterday on the show I was listening and Simon Bray made a fantastic point. Just because your parents are lawyers, your sister's a lawyer, doesn't mean you're going to be a lawyer. The offspring of Close Hatches, a lot of them, they take some time to really get into themselves.
When was that comment made? Yesterday?
Yeah.
Let me write that down. Simon Bray made a salient point on Friday, June 5th of 2026. All right, maybe he's starting a new leaf. All right, race number 1 is 7 minutes away. There's a look at trainer Belmont. Later on, we will see his Chief Wallaby. And Chief Wallaby in the Belmont Stakes is going to, ultimately we're going to end up with the Renegade as the favorite, but Chief Wallaby is going to be right there as one of the betting choices.
He is, and I'm curious to know your opinion on him as well, Todd. He's one that I was very familiar with all winter long, and he has stepped up to the task each and every test, and this was a bit ambitious for trainer Belmont. He's very patient with horses, and they went for it in South Florida over the winter time, and it proved to be an okay move, but to me, he just doesn't have that grit to break through, and that's what you have to see. That's what makes a horse great.
I thought the Florida route to the Kentucky Derby was the deepest. All those prep races, even the Tampa Bay Derby prior to going to South Florida, Chief Wallaby, you had Further Ado who came out of that group of horses to do well. It turned out the Louisiana route was the best, as that's where Golden Tempo came from and pulled off the upset in the Kentucky Derby. But it doesn't take away from the fact that Chief Wallaby's races were against deep fields each and every time out. And I felt like in the Florida Derby, Bill Mott, who obviously is very deliberate, I thought he maybe sacrificed that race the way he did with Sovereignty to move forward in the Kentucky Derby. Unfortunately, his horse had a tough trip. So I'm a little bit more optimistic about Chief Wallaby than you are. Matt?
Yes, Wesley Ward is here in the paddock. He's got a chance here with Cold Spell, who's had the 1 start and was beaten 2 3/4 at Keeneland. And, well, Wesley's pretty relaxed here for a big race day. What are you making of the second run for this particular filly?
She's a sweetheart. She's just like a pony out here. We schooled her yesterday, and she didn't even need to school. She's walked around here like she lives here. So she's a nice filly. Ran great in her first start there for us at Keeneland with big numbers. Came back, and we planned on this race as the condition book came out early. So here we are.
You've trained so many horses. It must be a dream to train a horse like her. She sounds fantastic.
Yeah, she's pretty easy to train. Makes the job easy.
What about Clock Tower in the Jaipur at quite a price at 20 to 1 later?
He is. We were kind of entered and took a look at the race, and we were a little apprehensive as to how tough it would come up, and it did. And sometimes, you know, a lot of these bigger favorites in the race are coming off long layoffs, and there's such a contentious race. If we kind of just sit back there and make a big run, you can get lucky at long odds.
Very shortly, we're about to show the English Derby. It's a special place for you, Britain, isn't it?
It sure is. Yeah, we'll be looking to get over there next week. My horses are there, so.
Yeah, good on you. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
To you, Todd. Wesley Ward.
And salient point, Matt, and the fact that Wesley Ward kind of let it be known to other American trainers, you can come to Royal Ascot and win. I was there when he first came to Royal Ascot and won, and really changed the dynamic of that entire meet. Let's meet the field for race number 1 here at Saratoga. Code Spell, our favorite going through. Here's the 5 Fusion.
Coming off of a couple months of a rest here for trainer Chad Brown, making her second start.
The 6 Nakoma debuted on the turf. Will this horse be better on the dirt today?
This is a dam that did throw some dirt sprinters in the pedigree. I like that move.
And the 7 Crowning Glory, half-sister to Tacitus.
Such a leggy gal, as we typically see with the offspring of close hatches.
My Sharona finishes the post parade.
My Sharona, 0 for 8 maiden, a 4-year-old filly with a lot of experience on this field.
Oh, look at that pick 5 pool. We are at $750,000 already. If you're a horizontal player, there are a lot of pick 5s throughout this card. There's also a lot of interesting hats out here. And that looks like a homemade one to me, but sometimes those are I think the most interesting ones. You could probably find that on Etsy after this day.
I think I'd like to have that when I walk around the grocery store and I don't get lost. I'm so short, you could just see a horse on my head and you know where I am.
Megan Burgess has a horse that she likes in here. Taking a look at, oh, all right. It's going to be your pick? The 2, My Guns Loaded?
No, the 3 is.
I've been let off a cliff, and I did not recover.
Oh, it's okay.
I need to wear a parachute.
It's all right. Pippa Adds. I like the fact that this horse has speed, Todd. With the 1 coming out of this race, the 2, My Guns Loaded, did not show any speed on her debut. Now Pippa Adds gets this nice cozy spot. The 7 Furlong should be absolutely perfect for her. She tried it last time out, and I thought that it was a very decent effort. You have jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle, and jockey that's due for a very big day today.
We did see the 2, My Guns Loaded there, and owned by Douglas Sharbrow. You remember his family owned Ali Sheba and campaigned Ali Sheba during the 1987 Triple Crown campaign. And for those who maybe weren't into the sport around then, talking to you, Samantha.
It's
Go on YouTube, watch the 1987 Kentucky Derby, and watch this horse stumble mid-stretch, get back up essentially, and go on to win the race. It would have one of the most remarkable athletic feats in all of thoroughbred racing and in all of sport. Chris McCarron aboard. I had a chance to see him earlier this week at Pinnell's in town. Shared a lot of memories with him. But Ali Sheba, one of the more remarkable performances on the Triple Crown Trail. And today, the 2026 Triple Crown Trail concludes with the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes. You'll see on the Fox Sports family of networks. We continue along here on America's Day at the Races with the start of this Belmont card. Race number 1, inside of a minute to post, about to go $1 million into this first pick 5 pool. And don't forget, Samantha has put together a $54 play. Yep. You can make this play through Naira Bets. That QR code will take you right there.
It's a great sequence, Todd. You could put a lot more than $54 and you just take a deep breath and hold on till race number 5. Race 2, such a great field. Life and Times, that's going to be a heavy favorite with the number 3 for trainer Todd Pletcher. I think Incentive Pay, the number 4, is very interesting and will be my top pick. Race 3, on the grass course, I really do like a horse in here, and that is the 8 Intellect. Candy Town's a little interesting. Huge gallop out. And then there's my single in race 4, the 7. It's a bold one, but you got to take a shot. Helen's Revenge, 4 wins in a row if she wins this 4th race.
Again, you can play that ticket as is at Naira Bets, or take parts you like, add it to your own opinion. But so many races to get involved here. It is a 14-race card, but you don't need to pace yourself. You look everywhere here. There are opportunities. The highlight, obviously, will be the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes, the 13th race on the card. Field about to make their way towards the starting gate here for race number 1. So you've gone 3, 5, and 8 to start, but your top pick will be the 3 Pippa Adz.
Yes, the Pippa Adz will be my top pick. And you know what I find interesting here, Todd, very quickly, the number 6 Nakoma, this is a part owned by My Racehorse, and the betting public typically cannot get enough of playing My Racehorse picks. This horse at 7-1 is not taking any attention.
So yeah, with a lot of those partnerships, and I've seen it as well with My Racehorse, their horse will open up the favorite even if they're supposed to be 15-1 because there's so many partners. But how about West Point Thoroughbreds this week? They've had a phenomenal week here. They're a large partnership, and they've been winning at 20-1 and 6-1 and at prices. And there is a look at the silks of My Racehorse being represented here with Nakoma, who in the debut on the turf didn't run poorly. So just looking at the past performances and setting aside the ownership, this horse figures at a number. I mean, going to have to move way up to compete with Cold Spell. Okay, the race we've been telling you about, the 247th running of the Epsom Derby. That is a live look as the field has moved behind the barrier. They are about to move forward there. Again, the 247th running of this race. And would you know it, they are arriving at the starting gate for the first here at Belmont. But the 2 biggest races in the world today, the Epsom Derby from Surrey, England, you will see here on America's Day at the races, and then complete team coverage all day long, leading to the conclusion to America's Triple Crown. It is the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes later today. About to start the end of a run of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival here at Saratoga. The Belmont will return next year to its traditional home, but the reimagined Belmont Park will host it. But we get to enjoy this day, a remarkable day in Saratoga Springs, New York, the start of Belmont Day, Belmont 158. Main track fast, turf courses are firm, and the voice of the Belmont joins us now, Frank Miramati, to call race number 1. It is Belmont Day from Saratoga, live on America's Day at the Races.
My Sharona will be the last one to load. And they're off. And it's Nakoma who gets the first call out of the gate. My Sharona is up close too, and there's some speed from Fusion as well. Pippa Adz at the rail is in 4th, followed by Cold Spell 5th, now trying to move up with the lime cap, 3 wide, 4 lengths off the lead. At the back of the field, My Guns Loaded is racing right next to Crowning Glory. So it's Nakoma to set the pace with some very sharp debut speed, leading it by 2 over My Sharona. Pippa Adz is 3rd. Johnny Velasquez and Cold Spell 4th through a quarter that went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. My Guns Loaded is racing in 5th. Another 4 back to Crowning Glory as they head toward the quarter pole. And Fusion, 45-1 for a half mile. My Sharona has moved up to take the lead with a quarter of a mile to go, with Cold Spell in hot pursuit on the outside. Cold Spell, My Sharona, and Cold Spell on the inside. My Guns Loaded has just run with a big move outside of Cold Spell. And My Guns Loaded indeed opening up with authority through the stretch. My Guns Loaded and Manny Franco, look at this powerful stride, to win it by 4.5 lengths. Cold Spell was 2nd, Pippa Adz 3rd, Crowning Glory a distant 4th.
Manny Franco, who's really been the big story amongst the jockeys for this entire week, he combines with Chad Brown, and you get 18-1 to start the day here at Saratoga.
You said this was my pick earlier, right?
Yes, I tried to lead you there.
You tried. First time Lasix. This is a race that was very hot on the front end, and what a crafty ride by Manny Franco just to angle out to the outside, and she really gave it to him. The first time off the trainer switch was a huge effort.
And, you know, as you mentioned, going from Steve Asmussen's barn to Chad Brown, but also going from debuting at Oaklawn Park up here to Saratoga. They just kind of reset this whole thing. And this daughter of Gunrunner, so much better second time out, and was the longest shot in this field of 7. 18-1 to start the day here. My Guns Loaded 2-4, 3-7, 18-1 over 3-5, over 5-1, over 7-1. As promised, we are going to take you to the other big race in the world while we have you here at Saratoga County Town to the Belmont Stakes. Let's bring you the Epsom Derby.
Well, the soggiest in recent memories, and the field leaves the stalls. Benvenuto Cellini not the fastest into stride. A taste of glory likewise, as Action it is who moves forward in the early stride. Ancient Egypt and the pink jacket of Christmas Day. Then Item's pink cap, and towards the inside Balzac with Maltese Cross. Poker settles in midfield with Bay of Brilliance. Benvenuto Cellini at this stage just behind Pierre Bonnard. At the back of the field we have the red and green colours of Alderman, and last of all is A Taste of Glory. So they're climbing uphill, and the field is led by Action as they make their way towards the final mile and a quarter. Christmas Day in the pink jacket, Ancient Egypt, Item, Balzac and Maltese Cross are all heading over towards the running rail, having cut the corner. Rebel Rocker races in mid-division at this stage. James J. Braddock is in midfield as well, with Poker on that one's inside. The dark colours of Pierre Bonnard. Benvenuto Cellini is well back, two-tone green white face on the outside of Alderman, and last of all is A Taste of Glory. So it is Action who is making the running, leading from in second place stable companion Christmas Day. Item, Ancient Egypt and Rebel Rocker are the next three as they continue to ascend the hill. Balzac is in sixth with Maltese Cross as they now begin the descent. Bay of Brilliance, Poker's being pushed along. James J. Braddock, Pierre Bonnard and Alderman, Benvenuto Cellini and A Taste of Glory. So that's the roll call, and they're spread out by about 15 lengths as Action leads them towards the top of the hill and the run downhill towards Tattenham Corner. In second is Christmas Day, Item, Ancient Egypt, Rebel Rocker being ridden. Maltese Cross on the inside with Balzac, 2 lengths back to Bay of Brilliance. Poker's beginning to lose some ground. Pierre Bonnard, Benvenuto Cellini both ridden patiently behind James J. Braddock as they now make the descent towards Tattenham Corner. It is Action who leads. In second place, Christmas Day. Item's pink cap, then Ancient Egypt. Maltese Cross will corner in fifth. Pierre Bonnard and Benvenuto Cellini at the back of the leading bunch as they make the turn for home in the Derby. And out in the lead, it's Action from Christmas Day. Ancient Egypt on the outside of Item. Then behind these, Balzac. Behind those on the outside, Bay of Brilliance tries to make some ground as they fan out. Pierre Bonnard, Benvenuto Cellini as Christmas Day still has the lead. Christmas Day with the advantage from towards the inside, Item. Then making ground, Maltese Cross. Pierre Bonnard is beginning to stay on. Bay of Brilliance as well, as it's Christmas Day who's out clear. Maltese Cross on the stand side with Bay of Brilliance and James J. Braddock, who's making good ground down the outside. It's Christmas Day for Ronan Whelan, has the lead from Maltese Cross. James J. Braddock and Bay of Brilliance. Christmas Day enters the final furlong in the Derby with a 2-length lead. Maltese Cross, then James J. Braddock. But it's Christmas Day and a 50 British Classic for Aidan O'Brien. Ronan Whelan in the saddle. Maltese Cross, James J. Braddock, close before Bay of Brilliance. Alderman's run a mighty race. Rebel Rocker was next across the line, then Pierre Bonnard, and behind those the likes of Ancient Egypt, Item. Benvenuto Cellini only beat a few home.
Christmas Day proves a stayer and takes the 247th running of the Epsom Derby. Yes, Aidan O'Brien continues his dominance, but not necessarily with the horse everyone expected. He sent out the favorite as well, and Benvenuto Cellini, who was not a factor late in this race. Christmas Day just kept on going, and you watched it here on America's Day at the Races. It is the English Derby, the Epsom Derby, and we will have prices for you and look ahead to the conclusion of the Triple Crown here at Saratoga. It's Belmont Stakes Day, the 158th running of the Belmont. Later on, a little bit of rain coming down. We'll be back with more coverage right after this.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Who's it gonna be? It's
has opened up a 5-length advantage. So 1-horse race.
National Treasure, the key to quality.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just a perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
A very special day on America's Day at the Races. It's Belmont Day. Later today, the conclusion to Thoroughbred Racing's Triple Crown here in America, the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes. But we're underway, and a big upset to start the card here at Saratoga. It is the two My Guns Loaded. Welcome back to our coverage on Fox Sports 2. I'm Todd Schrupp, along with Samantha Perry, and we have Matt Hills catching up with the winning rider after race 1.
Manny Franco, big start to Belmont Stakes Day, and you're 7th of the week. You're on fire.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to, to be riding these horses. Like I said before, Chad is an amazing trainer, and just happy to be in this position.
Won very well. Could it get a mile or longer?
Yeah, definitely. I think she can go further than that. She galloped out big after the wire, so yes.
So 7 wins down. How many still to come?
Let's do it. Let's keep going.
You keep going. Good luck.
Thank you.
And one more look down the stretch as the favorite is to the inside cold spell and has no response to My Guns Loaded, who draws away.
A very, very impressive victory, and what a great way to start the day for jockey Manny Franco. Todd, to win a race on a big day like Belmont Stakes Day, an undercard race, it's just as big as winning the Belmont.
And, well, I don't know if we'll go that far. It's good momentum.
It's
Let's not
better
get
to have
carried away.
one than none.
SGP, I love your enthusiasm.
All right.
All right, My Guns Loaded returns $38 here, owned by Douglas Scarborough and trained by Chad Brown. Manny Franco, as we mentioned before. Chestnut filly by Gunrunner out of the Congrats mare. Strive was bred by Corset Thoroughbreds in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Coming up next, race number 2, 7 furlongs, an optional claiming event. This for 3-year-olds and upward. The optional claiming price, $80,000. Scratch the 2 unlimited potential. Now, while we were away, some rain has started to come down. It's steady and consistent. It's not heavy rain, but will it do anything to this main track?
I don't think it's enough right now to make any type of an impact, and it does kind of look like it's the clouds are breaking up a bit. It's still beautiful out. The weather, you could not ask for, like, temperature-wise, any better. Just look at that, and they still have the track open, so has not been closed up. They're weather people, so.
And, until you come to Saratoga, you don't realize the sheer expanse of the property here.
Yes.
I mean, obviously you have the Oklahoma training track adjacent. You have the sales pavilion, those grounds as well. But again, where fans are, there's so much to get to,
Yeah.
and so it could be raining here, and then you go to the front of the grandstand.
Somewhere else
Yeah,
it's
something
not.
else. We got sunshine over there. So we'll continue to monitor that, but it is just light showers right now here on Belmont Day. We're coming back with a lot more on America's Day at the Races. What a Saturday ahead for you here on Fox Sports 2, and we'll preview next year when the Belmont returns to its traditional home.
Drain the clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it in 1,000,001, 1,100,000, 75,700. Mike, 700,000. 570,000. Thank you.
At the new Belmont Park, NYRA has invested $100 million in 4 racing surfaces. For the first time ever in New York, a 1-mile Tapeta track. We have 60 acres of turf with a brand new irrigation and drainage system, and ending it all off, a 1.5-mile main track where legends are made.
Samantha Perry telling us about those racing surfaces which are going to change this circuit completely here in New York, and that synthetic surface is what everyone's talking about. They're going to have a special series of races for Canadian-based horsemen and women, and that is all because of the synthetic. You've already got Mark Casse, who normally is a huge presence in South Florida that time of year during the winter, who is going to commit to being there, and a lot of it has to do with that synthetic surface.
It's a great partnership between Woodbine and those synthetic horses now going to be cohesive with the New York racing circuit, and it's a nice addition to just this racing surface at Belmont Park. And what's great about it, Todd, is the fact that there's going to be something for everybody there, including the people and the thoroughbred athletes. And it's going to be great to see a lot of those Woodbine trainers, you know, just take a part of the synthetic racing there that we're going to have at the new Belmont Park. Trainers like Kevin Detard, Mark Casse, like you mentioned. It's just going to be a really fantastic partnership and great to race when the weather gets a little nasty.
All right, so we're going to be christening Belmont Park in September, but we're thinking about the Belmont Stakes the following year. You can get your tickets, but here's the stake schedule we're talking about. When we return there in September, the Jockey Club Gold Cup on opening day. They don't waste any time there. And then the Cigar Mile, which is when you get towards the end of the year, one of the biggest races in thoroughbred racing for that time. A lot to look forward to at Belmont Park, and you will see it here on Fox Sports. As for the Belmont Stakes itself, the 159th running will be there next year in 2027, and we want you to be there with the Belmont Stakes returning to the reimagined Belmont Park, ushering in this new era. And enter the pre-sale drawing today or place a deposit on your preferred hospitality experience. That's the other part about the new Belmont Park. You can make the day at the races anything you want to be. Visit belmontstakes.com. That is /2027 to enter. All right, as for this year's Belmont Stakes, taking a look at the current odds, no surprise when you look at Renegade, 8-5 favorite. He's going to be the favorite. The question is, how heavy of a favorite could he go down to 6-5? Looking at the multi-day wagers that are tied into the Belmont Stakes, say from the Acorn yesterday to there, there's no doubt that he is a heavy favorite and going to take even more money.
Yeah, he is. And it's interesting to me because everybody that I've seemed to have asked, the consensus this week has been everybody is eyes on Renegade. And to me, it's just a horse to play against at a short price like that, especially because we need to see him prove it. And he is a very gritty horse, but he still has to answer the test today.
Well, and you said it at the top of the show when we talked about the theme to the Triple Crown, other than the history that Cherie DeVaux made. It's been a year of upsets.
It has.
So why would we now think the favorite is going to win the Belmont Stakes when we've seen prices all along the way? We'll continue to follow that story as we count down to the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes. But there's a lot of racing action prior to that, and so many of these horses have been well taken care of leading up to their day at the races. We're going to tell you about one of our backstretch heroes who makes a difference in the mornings so his horse can perform in the afternoon. That's ahead here on America's Day at the Races, Belmont Day.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by NYRA Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the NYRA Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is NYRA Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at naira.com/groups.
We're over here at the Cherie DeVoe barn, and you have Kentucky Derby winner Golden Tempo right behind us, and I'm so proud to be here with somebody that knows him very well, Enrique Miranda. You've been riding this horse pretty much since the beginning, Enrique. Talk to me a little bit about how he's developed and how he's come along leading into the Belmont now.
Well, he's been developing really well. Kind of feels like he's getting better every time, and yeah, he's gotten, he's been a very quiet horse from the beginning, very easy to work with, and just does everything you ask of him. And, after the Derby and just before the Derby, he's been getting like a lot more aggressive and kind of digging into the training a lot more. So I like to see that.
Tell me about what the experience was like watching the Kentucky Derby for you, seeing a horse that you've worked with and come along and winning the biggest race we have in America.
Oh man, it's just, it's hard to explain, I guess, because you kind of can't believe it, It's just a dream, I think, for a lot of people that work here with the horses, and it almost doesn't feel real at the time, and I'm kind of a soft-spoken person, but I was screaming my head off that day.
And how excited is the whole team going into the Belmont?
I got a lot of phone calls, from our team back home at Keeneland, home base, and everyone's super excited that we're here, and happy that we won the Derby, and just it's been really exciting and fun for all of us,
Should enjoy it. Congratulations on the Derby win, and good luck in the Belmont.
Thank you.
So happy to see Enrique Miranda get some well-deserved spotlight on his work. As an exercise rider, you're a former rider, Samantha Perry. How closely does the jockey who rides in the afternoon communicate with the exercise rider who's taking care of the preparations in the morning?
Paramount to a horse's success. That bond between the regular rider every single morning that they have is just so special. And every horse is different. They have different personalities. They're like cats and dogs and people. They have so many different personalities, Todd, some bigger than others, a little bit larger than life. And it's great to see a soft-spoken guy like Enrique Miranda get aboard a colt like Golden Tempo. I bet their kind of energy just evens each other out.
Does every exercise rider have a dream of being a professional jockey in the afternoons?
I think that a lot of them do, but there are some that just enjoy the morning work. I think you could be a fantastic exercise rider and just not cut it out as a jockey, and vice versa.
Race number 2 is 10 minutes away. We've started out with an 18-1 shot on this card. With the Belmont Stakes ahead, the 13th race on the card, checking the odds. It is Renegade, who remains an 8-5 favorite. Look at Golden Tempo. Our Kentucky Derby winner, when we first started talking, was 6-1, has now been bet down to 5-1. Then there is Vitruvian Man. Okay, longest shot in the field, but it is the ownership group that you want to keep an eye on. We heard Lil Yachty's going to be out here today, maybe Lil Wayne too. Taking a look at the 2, that is Power Shift. Is this the horse to catch?
It seems like it, especially with jockey Luis Saez aboard. Has a lot of early foot, and he'll have to use that to his advantage, Todd.
Chief Wallaby overcame kind of a rough and tumble stretch run to finish a very good 4th in the Kentucky Derby, and he has been consistent every time out this spring.
He has never run worse than 4th, and that's something that is hard to do, especially this early on in his career. And he should continue to develop to be a very nice horse down the road.
Renegade drew the dreaded inside post of the Kentucky Derby. It maybe cost him the win.
A perfect post position here today, Todd, for him. He'll have to really put up today to take this.
Latino was second in the Grade 1 Bluegrass Stakes last time out. A major prep for the Kentucky Derby at Keeneland, however, was second, beaten 11 lengths.
To further ado, I did not really feel like was that great in the Kentucky Derby, I'll be honest, Todd. So to me, he's a pass on today.
With so many horses come out of the Kentucky Derby, why not a new face? How about Growth Equity? One of the traditional prep races leading the Belmont Stakes over the year is the Peter Pan. He took the Peter Pan last time out.
A beautiful, beautiful son of Nyquist. Look at this horse, such a great head on him. When their eyes are so far apart like that, they've got a very big brain, Todd. I like to see that.
Here's the 7th commandment. Thou shalt not bet this horse unless this one is 5-1 or higher. You're getting 6-1.
Yep, you are, and maybe you could argue he was a little bit hustled into the Kentucky Derby more than he maybe should have been, and we'll see a patient ride today.
Golden Tempo took the Louisiana route to win the Kentucky Derby. Emerging Market won the Louisiana Derby and then tanked in the Kentucky Derby. What do you expect today?
A step forward. This is a horse that the Louisiana Derby was such a taxing effort. Maybe the Kentucky Derby, it came back to him a little bit. He's got more experience now. He'll be dangerous.
And then there is your Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo. And he had what everyone said was a perfect setup in the Kentucky Derby. What kind of setup does he get today pace-wise? We know he's going to come from out of it.
Yes.
Is there a fast pace today?
Well, it seems to be. On paper, everything on paper looks like it is, but when the gates open, something else could happen. But in a 9-horse field, you would think that they would be a bit more packed together.
That's a look ahead to the entire field for the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes. Now back to the field in the paddock here for race number 2. There is the 3. Life and Times has not raced since March, so a little bit of a freshening. But the early part of this horse's career, he got to the races late. He didn't get there until his 4-year-old season, and that was late in the year back in 2025. But he looked phenomenal his first 2 starts. What's happened in the next 2 tries?
Well, in the Gulfstream Park Grade 3, Fred Hooper, the 3rd place finish was better than it looked on paper, Todd. That was a day that the inside part of the track was not where he wanted to be during the championship meet at Gulfstream Park. He was dueled into submission by Champ Knightsbridge, a Belmont Godolphin trainee, and I do think the New Orleans Classic was a little bit better than it looked like on paper. 2nd place finisher, Corporate Power, came back to win the Grade 2 Ali Sheba for Steve Asmussen.
And you see trainer Todd Pletcher as he stands alongside the horse he's sending out, giving a leg up to Flavien Prat with Life and Times. And he'll be going for his 5th Belmont Stakes win later today. I can remember a time where he hadn't won a race on the Triple Crown, and then he did it in the most unusual way. He won his first Belmont Stakes with the filly, Rags to Riches.
What a story that was, right? That was amazing, and who would have thought?
First filly in 100 years
Amazing.
at the time. But Todd Pletcher, well accomplished, obviously one of the greatest trainers of his generation, and 5 Belmont Stakes wins is a chance for him later today to make it 5. As we have a call for riders up here in race number 2, there's a look at 8-5, almost trying to get in our favorites roll. That is Senior Officer. That win at Keeneland last time out has to draw some attention here.
Absolutely. It was a short field there of only 4 other runners with him, but he really was amazing after that little bit of a break. And then he came back at Oaklawn and was fantastic. Yes.
5 minutes away from race number 2 here at Saratoga on Belmont Day. And taking a look at Life and Times, who at least for now is in our favorites roll at 7-5. Big smile there by jockey Flavien Prat. Great work with our drone crew.
Amazing.
Taking you over. And I have to say, Warren and Caleb, they've done a fantastic job. Because have you ever tried to fly a drone?
They're impossible.
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it.
I would fly it into the side. I mean,
yeah.
I can't even know what's up and what's down.
Yeah.
So it takes some great skills, and the result is magnificent. You'll be seeing that throughout the day. We appreciate their work. Let's meet our field here for race number 2, starting with the 1, Paradise Valley at 28-1. Scratch the 2, Unlimited Potential. Here is the aforementioned Life and Times.
2 wins early on in his career and has never raced across this surface before.
The 4 is Incentive Pay. He's had an off-interrupted career. As a matter of fact, he didn't race at all last year, but when we see him, he's really good.
He is very good. When he shows up, he's a very nice version of himself. We wonder which one we'll see today, though.
And here is Resilience. You get trainer Belmont at 19-1. That's worth looking at. The 6, Awesome Native, is our longest shot in the field at 40-1. Is that about right?
It seems to be, Todd.
Yeah.
That second place finish last time was something to really write home about.
Contrary Thinking got a lot of publicity last year because he was the rabbit or pace setter for Sierra Leone. He's a decent horse in his own right, but he switches barns. He goes to Amelia Green from Chad Brown. The 8 is Commuted. You talked about this horse's win streak, 4 wins in a row coming in.
Amazing to have a horse like this. You do not want to leave off your early pick 4 ticket coming in with a record like this, Todd.
And then here is Senior Officer, 5 years old, making only the 5th start of his career, but our second betting choice.
A big win last time out at Keeneland. The second place finisher came back to win the Grade 3 Maryland Sprint on Preakness Day.
Okay, as the field is warming up here for race number 2 on Belmont Day at Saratoga, let's go back to another exciting edition of the Epsom Derby and in Surrey, England. It is a minor upset with Christmas Day at $13 in the pools where you were able to play here in the United States, and giving Aiden O'Brien yet another win in this historic race.
And was not the favorite, as you mentioned. It was the other Aiden O'Brien trainee, and Christmas Day it is for these connections.
We hope you enjoyed seeing some top international racing here on America's Day at the Races. But here in America, we've got one of the biggest races in the world. The conclusion of the Triple Crown coming up later today with the Belmont Stakes. Watching the field warm up here for race 2. Let's take a look at Incentive Pay. The most recent start was at Aqueduct, race number 9, April 4th on that day. Sat in 3rd. What was interesting to me about this race is this horse was closer to the pace than we've been used to seeing Incentive Pay.
Yes, and it was interesting. I think it was a little bit over-compromised for a slower break, and the form does not really point out how much he was kind of behind the field. And then, as you can see, under jockey Manny Franco, he just kind of jumped into the bit a bit and was kind of tossing his head. So just not the easiest goings at the beginning of the race, but he sure did show it whenever he kicked home down the lane.
Yeah, you look at those running lines, and he was a lot closer at the quarter-mile mark, but it doesn't tell the whole story. He had to rush up into that opening quarter mile, and often when horses do that, they don't finish up well. He gets a little bit tired here, but he's able to eventually win by a length and a half. But taking into account that poor start, that was a big effort by Incentive Pay last time out. Currently up on the board, Incentive Pay is 5-1. So these connections of Manny Franco and Chad Brown trying to make it a daily double to start the day. This also starts an early pick 4. Samantha, how are you going to play it?
Well, since I am knocked out of the first leg here, I think this race here is one to spread a little bit. It's an $18 ticket for me. I do think the one who we're taking a look at is a very long live shot to start this sequence off. Race number 3. I do like the 6 quite, or pardon me, not the 6, the 7 quite a bit here. Son of a Birch, I think that's a horse that you definitely need to use, as well as the 8 Intellect, very short price for trainer Chad Brown. There's my single in race 4. This is the key to all my multi-race wagers, including the mandatory pick 5 that will be in the next race, race number 3. That is Helen's Revenge, going for her 4th win in a row. And then race number 5, the 2 for Kevin Attard. First time Lasix, second time in the U.S.
Scan that QR code. It'll take you right to Naira Bets, where you can play this ticket with your Naira Bets account. If you haven't signed up, we got great incentive for you to do so with that Belmont 25 promo code, the $25 free bet, as well as the $200 deposit match. Again, if you don't have a Naira Bets account, you're missing out on the best betting site out there. And as you play throughout the day, we'll have some tickets for you. And as we've been talking about, you can play them as is or take parts you like, add it to your own opinion, but get involved through Naira Bets on all this great action. There is Senior Officer How about the move on the tote board here? He went from the second choice at 8 to 5. He's now even money. As we get closer to post time, more money is coming for Senior Officer. So let's take a look at that effort last time out at Keeneland, April 12th, race 2, dominating winner here, but was also an overwhelming favorite.
He was, and with a performance like this, you want to see a horse's odds and him show himself like he's doing here. It was such a big effort, and of course, like I mentioned a little bit ago, the second place finisher did come back to win the Grade 3 Maryland Sprint, so proved to be a pretty productive race, I'll say.
Field making their way towards the starting gate. Time to make your decisions and how you're going to play at Naira Bets. But the betting public overall has certainly made a move here towards the 9 Senior Officer at even money. Second choice currently is the 3 Life and Times at 9 to 5. And then your third choice is the 4 Incentive Pay, whom we showed you that win at Aqueduct despite the poor start. That's an attractive price of 5 to 1. We know you used a handful of horses here to start your early pick 4, part of the wagering menu you'll find at Naira Bets. But who's your top pick in this race?
My top pick here is the 4 Incentive Pay, Todd. This horse here, he's such a strong son of Volatile. With the offspring of Volatile, what I've seen from them so far, some of them can be a little bit on the lankier and longer side. Now, this horse does have the long body about him. And when we were watching that replay of him, you see him really try. He sticks his nose out. He tries. He grits. He runs hard. And that's a great quality to have in a horse.
Taking a look at the historic grounds here at Saratoga Racecourse. Final time they will host the Belmont Stakes. But what a phenomenal temporary home for the conclusion of the Triple Crown. The 158th running later today, 13th race on the card. And taking you high overhead as with this second race, they're going to go 7 furlongs. So out of the chute there, and they are about to move into line here for race number 2. We had just that little bit of rain, but it was almost like the water trucks going around. That's essentially the effect that we had. It's cleared up again. It's so comfortable right now early on in the portion of this card, and everyone excited for every race that we're going to be bringing you here on America's Day at the Races.
It is a very exciting day, and as we take a look at the overhead shot, you look at the gate crew, who's such an integral part of putting on a day like this, as they just school each and every horse as they load into the gates. It's a very long day for them, and you have to give your hats off to people like this who make the racing go round. Yeah, and great credit to the crowd that has shown up here. They love Saratoga, not in just this area, but from all around the country. I've met so many people from around the country who wanted to be here for a Belmont Stakes, some who are having to travel here and be here for all 3 of the Belmont Stakes held here. They made it a tradition, and we are very pleased. If you can't be here, you got the next best thing, watching us on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. And speaking of the best, let's go up to one of the best track announcers in the country, talking about Frank Miramati with the call of race 2 here on Belmont Day at Saratoga.
Resilience going in. Here's Senior Officer. Walking up and in. And they're off. And it's a quick start for Commuted. On the far outside, Senior Officer, and Contrary Thinking is in the mix too. Those 3 vie for the lead as Contrary Thinking takes it now from Commuted a neck back second. Resilience broke well and is a close-up 4th under a nice hold as well. They're followed by Life and Times in mid-pack on the inside of Awesome Native, the 2 trailers Incentive Pay, and Paradise Valley is at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Contrary Thinking takes him into the far turn with a 2-length lead on Commuted. Senior Officer is just outside of him, and in between horses, Resilience is 4th. Another length back comes Life and Times in 5th, and he's followed by Awesome Native, 2 clear of Paradise Valley and Incentive Pay, 45-1 for Contrary Thinking, who will turn for home in front with Senior Officer in pursuit. Resilience is down on the inside. He'll look to angle out, just did now with a clear shot and a furlong to do it. It is Contrary Thinking, Resilience between horses. Senior Officer, Life and Times is picking it up late. Contrary Thinking trying to fend off Senior Officer. Contrary thinking, Senior Officer come for the wire together. Photo finish. Senior Officer surged when it mattered. He and Contrary thinking in a tight photograph, followed by Life and Times and Resilience.
Oh, we were threatening to see another huge upset. On the lead, it's Contrary Thinking at 19-1, but Colin Late, Senior Officer, and Irad Ortiz Jr.
What a finish by both of these horses. Just so game. Senior Officer grinding away down the stretch just to get up in time.
Oh, that is a heartbreak defeat if you had Contrary Thinking at 19-1. But with Irad Ortiz Jr., he is one of the best in photo finishes.
Okay, yeah, it seemed much closer than it looked, right?
Oh, now you're going back to the drama. You just led me down the road of saying there is no drama, the 9-1,
well,
and now you're backtracking.
I was trusting your eyes. It's tough to see.
Well, the 9's been posted.
Okay, well, now
you want to
good.
go back to your original
yeah,
thought.
let's scratch that.
The 9.
Right when it mattered.
But poor Contrary Thinking.
Yes.
We talked about the fact that he was a rabbit last year, and what we mean by that is he's put in a race to ensure a fast pace for another horse out of his barn, so he didn't really get the spotlight to himself much. Now that he's been relieved of that role, he's run some big races but hasn't quite gotten the victory, and today was agonizingly close at 19-1.
You have to tip your hat to trainer Amelia Green, who took over the training of this horse. They purchased this horse from the Fasig-Tipton digital sale in May for $130,000. So I think that under Amelia Green's training, she's going to get this horse return of investment.
Yeah, good effort, but in the end, second here today. Meanwhile, Senior Officer for trainer Brad Cox. This horse, kind of typical of a lot of horses in this field, lightly raced, older horse, but Brad Cox has managed Senior Officer perfectly. Did not race at all, as we said last year, after having debuted in 2024, but he is awfully good when we get to see him.
He really is. It's a treat to see for sure. Son of Into Mischief, these horses, they take a little bit sometimes to really develop, and they get better with age, Todd, kind of like you.
Wow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Although the age factor, we bring it up a lot.
I know, it's a problem. That was a compliment.
Nothing wrong with experience. There's been 157 runnings of the Belmont. We'll see the 158th later today. We'll be back.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off! Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
had these things called if wins. And for every horse in the race, I had an if win.
And then Sarava's right alongside him.
So Sarava, he was going to be a long shot, so I had to look up what was the longest shot ever to win the Belmont Stakes.
Sarava has come on through to take the lead.
So Sarava, that was a pretty simple if win.
Here comes Sarava and Medaglia d'Oro, though, striding to the line together. Sarava on the outside, Medaglia d'Oro toward the rail. They're coming down to the finish. A huge upset is looming here. Sarava has won the biggest long shot in the history of the Belmont Stakes at 70-1.
Tom Durkin has a book out recalling a lot of those great race calls that so many of us, he was the soundtrack for. It's called A Life's Calling. Check it out. And we're checking out the new Belmont Park. And a lot of horsemen and women are going to be checking it out because of a great incentive program, the Big Apple Bonus. Had a chance to talk to Andrew Offerman, who's the Senior Vice President of Racing and Operations for the New York Racing Association. And this is a brilliant idea in my mind, but they're very excited about it because there are a lot of incentives that tracks offer around the country, but I like what they've done here with Tier A and Tier B. It's recognition of the fact that Belmont Park is surrounded by a lot of racetracks that are very close. A lot of times these bonuses are offered if you travel from the West Coast. Well, in this case, Tier A, if you're within less than 400 miles of the new Belmont Park, you got a $3,000 bonus on your first start. If it's over 400 miles, $6,000. And then a $2,500 third consecutive start bonus. Look, you've got enough incentive with the new surfaces, the reimagined Belmont Park, but they're not stopping there. Great credit to what they've done here at the New York Racing Association with this Big Apple bonus.
It's truly amazing, just everything that's starting to come together in the Big Apple. And the facility is absolutely beautiful. There's something for everybody, horsemen, horsewomen, fans, connoisseurs of the sport. There's so many great things to offer with this September 18th start date.
We had a great race to offer you in race number 2 here on the undercard of this Belmont Stakes Day at Saratoga. What a finish here. Contrary thinking led literally every step except the final one. And there is Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard Senior Officer, the favorite. That huge move in the win pool on Senior Officer got this horse down to even money at one point and then eventually went off at 6-5. And catching up with our winning rider afterwards, Matt Hill.
All right, winning jockey with me. I'm intrigued to know, did you think you'd won on the line? Because we had no idea.
I mean, it looks like he get there on time, you know, but it feels different when you ride him than when you watch him, you know, from the outside. So I thought I get there and got lucky, and we get there, you know, in the head bob. Horse is a nice horse.
Horse really found for you in the last 100 yards, really dug deep.
Yeah, he dig in. I mean, he keep coming, you know, he's a fighter.
I know you've got to go one race at a time, and we're still about 9 races towards the Belmont, but how are you feeling early on today?
Feel good, honestly. I feel great. I feel ready. I'm ready to go for the day.
Fantastic. Good luck later on.
Thank you.
Irad Ortiz Jr.
And Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard Renegade, the current favorite in the Belmont Stakes. As for that photo, you know, I wish in a game that has so many stats, I wish we had the stat on jockeys' records and photos. I just, you know, just from observing with Irad Ortiz Jr., it's a rarity when he loses a photo. It really is.
Absolutely. You always feel pretty confident going into a photo like that with him getting the nose down just in time.
Congratulations to the connections of Senior Officer, owned by Cutter Racing, trained by Brad Cox. We mentioned Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. A bay gelding by Into Mischief out of the Speightstown mare Southern Ring was bred by 2,500 Determined Stud in the state where they treasure the Chesapeake. That is Maryland. For the first time today, we're going to step on the turf. Race number 3 will take us 1 mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. The inner turf course is listed as firm. A lot of scratches in here, Samantha. Out of the body of the race, the 2 Signator has been withdrawn. The 4 Two's a Crowd is out. The 6 Tenacious Leader is out. And then scratch all the also eligibles. They were main track only horses anyway. But the cause and effect of that is Intellect, who was going to be a pretty solid favorite at 6-5 in the morning line, is now an overwhelming favorite at 2-5.
Yeah, This is a very overwhelming favorite, and is it deserved? Probably so. This is a horse that took a very similar path of spacing between races last year, this year now, and it looks to make another step forward here today for sure, Todd.
Later on today, as we are excited for the Belmont Stakes, for those who follow the sport year-round, they know on the undercard this race is as good as it gets for the division. It's the Hillendale Met Mile, and a horse you remember from last year's Triple Crown Trail. That would be Journalism. He's going to take on a horse from the previous year's group. That would be Nisos. What a showdown. We'll preview it for you. The Met Mile preview when America's Day at the Races returns on Fox Sports 2.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima, and a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Rude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Conquistador Cielo goes clear by 4 lengths, but Conquistador Cielo is in front. Gulch on the outside, and Gulch gets the lead. They race to the wire. Gulch, the 3-year-old, has the lead. Criminal Type on the outside gets the lead. Housebuster on the rail, coming on again. Those 2 to the wire. But it's Holy Bull, hand reddened by Mike Smith, and he'll go on to a magnificent Met Mile.
Ghost Zapper has just run 3/4 in 108 and 2, and they're pulling away. They're pulling away to a 5-length lead.
Frosted has gone on by, and he has exploded. He is absolutely blowing his competition away.
Flightline is in full flight. He had a slow start, but a terrific finish in the Grade 1 Met Mile. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish putting in a huge effort here. And this beautiful racing story continues.
And Raging Torrent is trying to turn away Fierceness, and he opens up 2 in the Hillendale Metropolitan Handicap.
Oh, what a time we're having out here at Saratoga. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. It's Belmont Day. I'm Todd Trupp. Very pleased to be with Samantha Perry. Entire team coverage. And how about Racing City Chorus? If you live in Saratoga Springs, New York, you know about this group. They love barbershop quartet music. That is the style. And they entertain the community throughout the year. And they are here at Saratoga today, putting on a magnificent performance, and we're going to see performances throughout the day from different genres of acts, but how appropriate to have Racing City Course out here, based out of Saratoga Springs, New York. This community embraces horse racing anytime they can get it. It's not just during the summer. Now, you know, obviously you've had the 4th of July festival up here, and this, the Belmont Stakes Festival of Racing.
It's been a very nice treat. I think a nice little prelude before you get into the nice summer meet that we get to see here. And it's a lot of fun to see everybody just come from all parts of the U.S. and even the world to be here, Todd.
Yeah, I know our crew has been talking about the schedule. So you have this Belmont week, then it's back to Aqueduct, then you have the 4th of July festival, and then right in to the summer of racing. So that time in between from here down to Aqueduct, one of the members of the crew called it in-between-a-toga.
Nice.
We take you into the paddock here at Saratoga, as the field will be coming in for race number 3, but it gives us some time to talk about one of the most anticipated races on the undercard. That is the Hillendale Met Mile, race number 11 on the program. And last year, about this time, we were watching Journalism in the Belmont Stakes, ultimately finished second to his main rival, Sovereignty, who was the best horse throughout the Triple Crown. And now with Journalism, you know, during that Triple Crown run, everyone talks about his effort in the Preakness. To overcome the trouble that you see right here, you just do not see horses recover from this and go on to win, but somehow he pulled it off. However, since the Preakness Stakes, we've seen a nice win in the Haskell, which had some trouble, and that's about it. But what do you think about the move to take Journalism from races like this around 2 turns to now the 1-turn mile here against top competition in the division at the Met Mile? Do you think he'll like the turn back?
I think he will. I really do. What we've been doing with him so far, what we've seen with him so far, it's not been poor efforts by any means, but maybe a little wake-up call here today. Just kind of shake something up with him. I love this post position. There's a lot of speed signed on in this spot here, Todd, and I think we were talking off the air a little bit ago. This could be a field that could echo an upset.
Well, with Nisos, who is going to most likely be your post-time favorite, he has been versatile. So with Journalism, we wonder about him coming back to a 1-turn mile. With Nisos, I think the question was, when he won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, would he be as effective around 2 turns against this type of competition? He ended up beating his stablemate in here, Citizen Bull, who was the pace setter. And Nisos, if you kind of look at his win streak, he's faced a lot of barn buddies along the way, but Nisos has proven himself as a legitimate 2-turn horse in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, but he's also been very capable around 1 turn. He's going to be the favorite.
Yes, he will, and he's got a record to back it up. That was a pretty fantastic race in the Saudi Cup, the Grade 1 there, to be defeated by Forever Young, who will just go down in the history books as one of the greatest horses we've got the pleasure of seeing, I think, and continues to keep on keeping on. But Nisos, does a trip like that take him out of contention? When you ship overseas, it takes a lot out of a horse sometimes. So it takes him a little bit to kind of just get some weight put back on, to get back into the feed tub, to get back a little bit more aggressive in his training as he typically is. I did watch a breeze from him at Churchill Downs before coming to this race. He was breezing 47 and change, just wrapped up in hand. It doesn't even look like he's going that fast, which when you watch a nice workhorse and you're decepted by the time, it's fun to watch.
Having been to Bill Mott's barn here at Saratoga, I always see Knightsbridge, but he's never actually raced at Saratoga. Knightsbridge, he knows the area well. He knows the track very well, but has not raced until today here at Saratoga on the dirt track. And Knightsbridge, however, puts together a lot of nice performances down in South Florida at Gulfstream Park in the Gulfstream Park Mile. This was an absolute canter, winning by 11 lengths.
It was a freaky performance. I remember standing outside there, and it was like the ground shook as he came by. He put together 3 Grade 3s in a row and did not back it up at Churchill Downs. Now, he's a very nice horse. How much do you trust him, especially with an effort like we saw at Churchill?
This may be the dawning of the age of antiquarian in the Met Mile. And I believe in this horse around back to a mile. I mean, the most recent race is the Breeders' Cup Classic 2 starts ago, but the Westchester Mile, Belmont at Aqueduct, was good enough for me, and I think good enough to possibly beat this field today. in the Hillendale Met Mile.
It's so interesting. For Centennial Farms, you think when you enter into a grade 3 like this at just the mile, okay, what are we going to set him up for later in the summer? Because he's been such a marathon type runner and a nice grinder. But this performance that we just saw right there, that is why he deserves to be in this Met Mile here today. And I honestly like the cutback for him, staying at this 1 mile distance.
You know, the first Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, you know who won it?
Who?
2007, Monmouth Park, a horse by the name of Corinthian. And you know who the owner was?
Tell me.
Centennial Farms. They keep leading you there. Centennial Farms.
Centennial Farms.
Hey, speaking of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, if you have not been out to Hillendale, it is one of the most spectacular properties in all the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And our coverage today here on America's Day at the races is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we count down to the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes, a lot of interest in the Kentucky Derby winner. There always is, but we're going to take you behind the velvet rope and right up to the stall of your Kentucky Derby winner. And standing by right outside is Megan Burgess.
Golden Tempo knows a thing or two about being the underdog as he upset the Kentucky Derby the first Saturday in May. Looks to do similar here in this Belmont Stakes as the decision was made by Team Cherie DeVaux to skip the Preakness Stakes, as those extended route distances are where his closing style has given him his best performances. Now, Golden Tempo has not been training here at Saratoga in the lead up to this Belmont. Instead, they're at his Keeneland base in Kentucky with Jose Ortiz aboard for his subsequent breezes, describing him and his races sometimes a lazier sort. You really have to get him going and engaged. But he comments, judging from his breezes out of that Kentucky Derby, he's been a stronger, fitter, and more engaged model of himself, as today will be the first time he ever races on the historic Saratoga racecourse. However, a place all too special for his connections.
And he seems to be thriving. What have you seen in his preparation since having the time off since the Kentucky Derby?
I think that he's a horse that's really starting to just kind of get into himself. He looks like he's put on weight, which is fantastic to see. You want to see a horse that put in an effort in the Kentucky Derby, back with their head in the feed tub, happy, relaxed. Trainer Cherie DeVaux has done a fantastic job with this colt.
Let's focus back in on race number 3. There is a look at the 8, currently up on the board at 3-5. Heavy favorite in here, and that is Intellect, who has had a lot of second-place finishes since coming to the United States, has yet to win after racing in France. Here in America, a lot of seconds, 4 in a row, but to some really good horses. The most recent one, though, was at Aqueduct on April 18th, race number 8. You know, prior to that, I think a lot of those horses, you could say, okay, that second probably equals a win. What about this most recent one?
I thought it was a race that was needed just to get his fitness back a little bit. He had been off since August. That was an April return. So you get that race under your belt, and then you point towards a race like this.
Owner Michael Dubb is ever present in the world of thoroughbred racing. He loves winning races here in New York. Matt Hill is with him now.
Thanks, Todd. Indeed, great introduction. It wouldn't be a Belmont meeting at Saratoga without getting you on, Michael. Interesting horse, Intellect. Second run for a while and formerly raced in France.
Yes, yeah. He's one of these horses we brought over from Europe for Chad. And, you know, Chad excels these horses, as you know.
Do you believe there's further improvement from that first run?
Yeah, we think he needed the race. You know, we need that turn of foot that he has to come back. And we'll see what happens.
And, of course, the well-named horse in the Jiper, John the Beer Man.
John the Beer Man. It's not me. I'm a
How did it get the name, just out of interest?
Yeah, you know, there's a this part of the country, there's a big beer distributing company called Di Crescenti. And one of the early suppliers to Di Crescenti was somebody named John the Beer Man. And so John... we thought it'd be nice to name a horse after him. Chad knows him. My partner, Mike Caruso, knows him. And I believe he's at a bar somewhere in Sarasota prepping now for the race.
And what about the horse?
Oh, the horse is really a pleasant surprise. We knew he had a lot of talent, and it was 600 days of a layoff. He's had his issues. He's good now. And ironically, we had planned his first start to run him long. Race didn't go. We said, let's put him in the sprint. And once we saw how he was sprinting, we were like, we're not changing a thing here. And so he's really gotten fast and tenacious, and we know he's got class in there.
An exciting day ahead for you. Good luck, Michael.
Thanks so much.
Another great betting race on the undercard, the Jaipur later on, and John the Beer Man has a realistic chance at a big number in there at 10-1. Wouldn't mind him beering me right now. And it's going to be enjoyed all along throughout as we count down to the Belmont Stakes. They're about to get a call for riders up here in race number 3. Looking at our favorite intellect, you saw trainer Chad Brown walking around right along there and giving some instructions to Flavien Prat before he gives him a leg up. All right. Playing this race, what pool are you looking to, Samantha? Whoa, look at those jackets.
Oh.
Monopoly money.
Wow. That's awesome.
How are you going to pay for this ticket, sir, with my jacket?
Exactly.
All right, you're going to play a pick 5.
Yes, and it's a mandatory payout here, and what a great race to end it on in race number 7, as that is just a game. So this race here, we'll get into in a little bit. My single, race number 4, I'm going to get there eventually with Helen's Revenge. I'm hoping for it after this race, if we get out of this race. Race number...
Every ticket has singled that horse.
I know. It will make or break everything for me today. Race number 5, the number 2 for me on top, getting Lasix for the first time for Kevin Attard. Race 6, the one Playa Del Mar is very interesting to me, going for his 3rd victory in a row, and then as we kick off some amazing graded stakes action, the grade 1 just a game, the 2 Sand Trap. What a performance at Aqueduct. That race was freaky good, Todd.
Yeah, and that horse is taking some early play in there, but gives away a lot on the resume too. A horse like Suggesta, but that horse showed a lot of promise in the U.S. debut. That ticket that Samantha has put together, a $27 play into the pick 5. You can scan that QR code. It takes you to your Naira Bets account. If you don't have a Naira Bets account, what are you waiting for? Great incentive to do so, especially to celebrate the Belmont Stakes. Let's meet our field here for race number 3. Our post parade begins with the 1, Ejitama.
This horse taking a slight cutback in distance, does not have a bad form record at all. No worse than 4th since early this year.
Scratch the 2, Signator. That brings us to the 3, Chow Chuck.
Chow Chuck has had a couple of months off now. He's in for the tag here. The races he's been facing against Florida bred, so it leaves a little to be desired.
Scratch the 4, 2's a crowd. Here's the 5, Bonus Move.
Bonus Move, a first-time gelding now. Let's see if that can get him back on the right track.
The 6, Tenacious Leader, is out. The 7, Son of a Birch, is stretching out today. How will this horse be around 2 turns?
I love him stretching back out. He has some great figures when he was racing the 2-turn distance on the grass. Excited to see him back there today.
Okay, does Intellect finally get that elusive first win here in America?
I hope so. I hope last time out it was a product of Pass the Hat, just being the now horse, and Intellect needing the race.
I've never been, but they say it's nice. Here's Candy Town.
Candy Town does have a victory across this turf course here. A horse that has always shown this high energy, kind of a little bit of quirkiness, Todd, for the Pletcher Barn.
That is your live post parade for race number 3 here at Saratoga. Start to make those decisions and get to your plays at Naira Bets. But if you're not a Naira Bets account holder, let's change that right now with this fantastic promotion going on. A free $25 bet, and get this, a $200 deposit match. And here's how you can get it. You go to Naira Bets, you use the promo code Belmont25, celebrate the conclusion of the Triple Crown with us and that guy right there in the hat by becoming a Naira Bets account holder, Belmont25. It's amazing when people know the camera's on them, then all of a sudden their expressions change. All right, there's a look at the 5, currently up on the board at 12-1. That is Bonus Move. Is this the horse to catch in here? Is this the one who's going to get the lead early?
Well, under his jockey, Paco Lopez, this is a very aggressive rider, so you would think, just knowing him and knowing the way that he usually positions horses in a race, he's going to hustle them out of the break and just take a nice position. But what I like the most about this horse, Todd, is they've gelded him. He's a big, strong horse. And to be honest, I think he's kind of needed the gelding for quite some time. And now we get it. So you lose a little bit of that kind of coltish weight, studdish weight, and now hopefully a better version of ourselves.
The ultimate equipment change,
yes.
first time gelding with the 5. There's a look at our favorite at 3 to 5. What is it with, is Intellect just one of those horses that is truly a pack animal and settles for second? Is that the problem here? Or has it just been a variety of circumstances that have led to 4 seconds in a row?
I hope that it's just the product of the type of races that he's been in. You mentioned a little bit earlier, Todd, about the quality of fields that he's been finishing second up against. And a horse like Deterministic that we're going to get to see a little bit later would demolish a field like this, Todd. So the fact that this is a horse that can hang with a group like that, there's no Deterministics in this field.
And trainer Chad Brown, you talk about the day that he's got lined up, the Belmont Stakes. He's got 3 chances there. He's never won that race, as we were talking about earlier. That's kind of a surprise, especially with his home base being here and the types of horses that he has. And he desperately would love to win it. And I think he'd like to do it under these circumstances at Saratoga. Yes. And so I think he's got huge shots, especially with a burgeoning market, but other horses on the undercard as well. And from the box seat area here at Saratoga, we had the perfect shot, sir. Down in front. Down in front. There we go. Look at that gaze. I mean, there's Intense, and then there's Chad Brown. Look at that.
Yeah, that's...
Are there lasers coming out his eyes?
That's pretty serious there.
Okay, all right. Someone broke his train of thought there.
All right, but for a trainer like Chad Brown, the preparation is done. Now it's just time to show up on the big day. He's got the hard work out of the way. Now we just get him to the races, and just getting him here to a day like this is tough.
Do you know those memes they have on social media? You know, I want someone to love me the way someone does what... That would be mine. I want someone to look at me the way Chad Brown looks out at the infield at Saratoga.
Yeah. That's pretty high standards there.
It's an intense gaze.
It is.
I just love that Todd Schrupp. And you'll love Naira Bets. Become an account holder today and play all the action with us. And that's the great thing about thoroughbred racing. We take you inside the sport, up close to all the athletes involved. We hope you enjoy those stories, but there's nothing like a horse being yours for a couple of minutes. And when you make a wager on a horse race, that horse is yours for that moment in time. So play along with all the action we bring you through Naira Bets. And one of the great traditions here, the Belmont Stakes, you have the canoe. That's something that a lot of people are familiar with obviously the Travers, that tradition. But as we've been here with the Belmont Stakes, the canoe representing last year that we're going to have the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. It's been a fun 3-year run.
It really has, and that's just something that will go down in history books, right? It's great that we get to be a part of the final one with each and every one of you guys.
Lots of families coming out to Saratoga. It is a family tradition passed down, and many generations have been here, and good to see the young kids out here. We talk about the future of thoroughbred racing. It seems to be on display at tracks like this all the time, especially Saratoga, and you walk through the picnic area back here in the backyard, and that's the fun part, watching the kids waiting for the jockeys and the chance to get a pair of goggles.
Yes, that's always so fun, and a very fond memory for me as a child, Todd, and just wanting to grow up and be a jockey was waiting for those goggles.
Let's talk about Jose Ortiz, because we were talking about the theme of this Triple Crown. He's in a unique spot as Jose Ortiz. You take a look at his overall career, wins 3,595. He got recognized as the nation's best rider from the 2017 Eclipse Award. And then there is what he's trying to do in the Triple Crown this year, win the Kentucky Derby and then come back and win the Belmont Stakes with Golden Tempo. Irad Ortiz gets a lot of attention, but Jose seems to be the man right now, and part of it has to do with the fact that he left New York full time and decided to make Kentucky his base.
My old Kentucky home proved to be a fantastic move for him and his agent as well, and his work ethic. He's got an incredible work ethic. All of these guys do. All of these jockeys, they put the time in. They're working, they're breezing horses in the morning. So in the mornings, the jockeys have to go and get on the horses for their morning training whenever they do the timed workouts, a little bit more of a sprint than just a regular gallop. They come out and they work in the morning. So there's a good chance Jose Ortiz has worked 5 or 6 horses before riding this 14 race card today. And the field has arrived at the starting gate for race 3 here at Saratoga. Our heavy favorite is the 8 Intellect. Flavia Pratt aboard at 1-2. Samantha, who wins? The 8 is the likeliest winner. Do you want to take him at 1-2? Well, that's the thing. There's the horse to beat, clearly the 8. Who's the horse to bet? The horse to bet here is the number 7, to me, Todd. You've heard our opinion. Most important opinion is yours. Hopefully you're playing it right now through your Naira Bets account. It is post time for race 3 at Saratoga. Let's go up to track announcer Frank Miramati.
Thank you so much, Todd. Bonus move going in. Son of a Birch will be next. The favorite Intellect in the blue silks. And Candytown completes the lineup. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Son of a Birch leapt in the air, but it didn't really affect him. Intellect is going out along with Bonus Move. So Bonus Move will be the target for Intellect as they come by us for the first time. Candytown is out in the center of the course. Chow Chuck down on the hedge. And they're followed by Son of a Birch. Ejdema is at the back of the field. The pace is swift as they move into the first turn, and it's Bonus Move establishing the pace. Opens it up to almost 3 lengths. Flavian Pratt has Intellect a clear-cut second while racing in hand, and Candytown is just outside of him. Chow Chuck is 4th along the inside, 2.5 or so off the pacemaker. Then it's Son of a Birch and another couple back to Ejdema. They went the opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. Bonus Move moving right along with Intellect still racing in second. Outside of him, Candytown 3rd. Now Chow Chuck looking for a spot is 4th. He's relegated to the hedge once again with Son of a Birch 4 lengths off the lead. Ejdema has trailed throughout. Bonus Move and Paco Lopez 47-1. He's letting him fly on the front end. Now suddenly Intellect comes under some pressure. Chow Chuck along the inside. Orange blinkers as the field turns for home. Bonus Move and Intellect at the rail. There's room for Chow Chuck now trying to get by Bonus Move. Bonus Move resilient on the front end. Comes to the 16th pole, holding them off thus far. Chow Chuck takes another crack at him, and it's a big one. Chow Chuck or Bonus Move. Bonus Move, Chow Chuck, Ejdema late. Photo finish. Bonus Move as game as they come. Ejdema came right at him at the wire. It's a nose between those two. Chow Chuck was 3rd. This turf course has been producing a lot of upsets through the course of the week, and we have a finish here between 2 horses at good prices. It is the 5 Bonus Move, who you mentioned was probably going to be the pace, trying to hold on at 14-1. And here comes Ejdema and Jose Ortiz at 8-1. Amazing finish here. What a game effort just by everybody in this spot. Chow Chuck resilient on the hedge there, and Ejdema just, wow. Oh, the 5 looked like he hung on. Oh, that is wickedly close. Very tight photo here. Our angle is not perfect on the wire, so when it comes to the turf course, but it is the 5 Bonus Move who has just been put up as the winner. So the photo reveals the 5 Bonus Move holding on for the win with Paco Lopez aboard. Aggressive rider with an aggressive horse who, as you said, the ultimate equipment change maybe would make the difference for this horse to relax. A gelding for the first time today, and indeed, Bonus Move relaxes for a moment, but then it gets tense with Ejdema here late. Posted on the board, 5-1-3-8. Intellect disappoints as the 3-5 favorite, and so far on this card, an 18-1 shot in race 1, nearly a 19-1 in race 2, but 14-1 here. Saratoga producing some prices. It's fun to see, and it's exciting for the bettors as well. We've got a lot of people just betting on different angles, maybe names, maybe jockeys, maybe the silks colors. So if you had Bonus Move,
Congrats to you. That was a very game ride. And Todd, what a difference a gelding makes, honestly. Yep. You see a horse like this, he's a bit quirky. You saw the outrider had to grab jockey Paco Lopez pulling up. He's just very headstrong. He's just a very bullish horse in general. The gelding helped so much here.
And prior to today was just 1 for 12 on the turf, and now comes back to Saratoga, where you look at a summer ago, they were sprinting this horse on the grass at Saratoga, but today they go around 2 turns, a wise move as this horse gets out to the lead. And the final time for the mile of the 16th over the firm turf, 1:39.3. We have seen some very fast times on this turf course for this week. And as I said, I think if you look back after the 7 days of racing here, with 1 more to come tomorrow for the festival, the average win mutual on the grass is going to be way up there. It has been upset after upset on the turf here.
Yeah, and does that change the way you play a little bit later in the card, Todd? There's some great graded stakes action on the grass course. Do you look for an upset because of circumstances like this?
Yeah, it's definitely a trend, and that's the thing with this being just a week for the festival. You got to hop on those trends early. We're going to hop on a short time away from the action, but we'll be back here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's Belmont Day, and you're watching it here with us from Saratoga.
As the field turns for home, Shackelford is wilting. Brilliant Speed is coming up now, and Brilliant Speed and Ruler on Ice and Stay Thirsty and Animal Kingdom is sputtering in the final furlong of this year's Triple Crown. They're coming down to the finish. Ruler on Ice, Stay Thirsty, and Brilliant Speed. It's a shocker in the Belmont.
Another memory of a previous Belmont Stakes. Been 15 years since Ruler on Ice came over a sloppy racetrack to take the final race in Thoroughbred Racing's Triple Crown. But now, if you go to Georgetown, Kentucky, out at Old Friends, you can see Ruler on Ice up close. They do such a wonderful job providing homes for some of the top thoroughbreds when their career is done. But more than that, they give access to the public to see their thoroughbred heroes up close. If you are in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, make it a point to go out to Georgetown and see Old Friends Farm, and you'll probably be surprised at some of the horses who are residing there now. They're given such care and love, but they love getting a chance to see their fans.
Yeah, they really do. Look at it. They love the attention. The horse like Ruler on Ice was such a nice horse. It did not run in the Kentucky Derby, did not run in the Preakness, and then came to win the Belmont. He loves all the attention, and he deserves all the attention.
Been a lot of tight finishes here this week, and the Bed of Roses was fantastic yesterday, but there's been a lot of races that aren't graded stakes races where we needed the photo finish system to tell us who won. And in the third here at Saratoga, another one of them. Bonus Move just holds on in the photo as Ejtema got the jump past the wire, but Bonus Move is there on the wire. There's that photo finish to show it to you. The 5 Bonus Move getting the win. And afterwards, Matt Hill with Paco Lopez.
Paco Lopez gets it done in the third race. Paco, that's a big win for a horse that hasn't raced since February. Really dug deep late.
I know, especially when the pace is very hard. And he did it, the horse. He tried very hard, the horse. I know the horse. The last year, and Mark Henry, he gave me a chance again, the horse, and he did it very well, the horse today.
When you're at the furlong and you had one horse on the inside coming at you and one horse on the outside coming at you, you had to really find, and she did a terrific job.
I know. Well, always they say to the horse is very fight guy. He not let it go easy to pass, and he did it to them, the passing the wire first.
Good to get a win on Belmont Stakes Day.
For sure, any race, any day, you know.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir.
Paco Lopez.
Well, Paco Lopez playing his own role in the Triple Crown. He took the Preakness aboard Napoleon Solo, and you know, he's a guy who's been around a long time. There's a lot of controversy that always follows him, it seems, but he can flat out horseback. He showed that in the Preakness, and he shows it here on the undercard of Belmont Day with Bonus Move.
And if you watch that race, you notice something with jockey Paco Lopez. When he comes out of the starting gate, he has a very loose hold on his reins. He lets the horses drop their head, get into rhythm, stay out of their way.
Congratulations to the connections of Bonus Move, and owned by Lee Lewis, trained by Mark Hennig. Paco Lopez aboard. Bay Gelding by Twirling Candy out of the Warfront mare Lady Bamba was bred by Parks Investment Group in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. This is going to be an amazing early pick 5. You said it could be difficult, and it has, with 2 huge prices and a bit of a favorite in between. But as we look ahead to race 4, 6.5 furlong optional claiming event for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward, which have not won a race other than the optional claiming price, $55,000. A key contender in here, the 3 Steer Clear, is out. But this race is significant because I've been sitting next to you for an hour and a half, and you keep telling me about the 7 Helen's Revenge, and Helen's Revenge is taking a lot of play. 8-1 in the morning line, down to 5-2. I think a number of people have heard you.
All right, guys. Well, good luck here because we're going to need it. We're taking on a pretty tough Wesley Ward runner that's on a nice winning streak. But, hey, Helen's Revenge is as well. So maybe we'll get a little bit of revenge with this filly. I like the post position. We'll see if we can seal the deal.
Well, and a number of fans are keeping their eyes on the sky here at Saratoga. We mentioned there's going to be a lot of entertainment in between. There's some helicopters over with some special entertainment that's about to take place here. We'll be showing you all of the action, obviously the racing action. But there you go. Look, they're all looking up into the sky. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it is a helicopter. And they are going to see quite an exhibition coming up here. We wish you were here. If not, you got the next best thing, watching our coverage on America's Day at the Races, and look at these professionals coming in and gliding in to the Belmont Stakes. You ever Done any skydiving?
No, thank you for me. I'm
But you're
terrified
brave
of
enough
heights.
to get on a thoroughbred.
Yes, but heights, no thank you. I will get on a thoroughbred blindfolded, but push me out of a plane, no thank you. But I think our coffee's here. I think he's got our Uber Eats,
We've got coffee?
the parachute guy.
Thank you for, oh yeah, that would be a great way to deliver it, wouldn't it? So while there is time in between races, it means we get a chance to experience everything that makes this festival so nice and so wonderful. And the fans, even here, back by our set, watching on the television sets everywhere and watching the skydivers come in and make their presence known here. And that has been always a great connection to horse racing along the Triple Crown Trail, the men and women who serve in our armed forces in various capacities and various talents. When we come back, Mike Rapoli, he's got a win in the Belmont Stakes, but he's got a lot more seconds than his one win. He's looking for more with Renegade. We'll be back.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high, breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
And so we just had the Patriot parachute jumpers complete their jump on to the infield here at Saratoga. And we can turn our attention back to the racing action. It is Belmont Stakes Day here at Saratoga. Final time that they'll host the Belmont Stakes, a 3-year run. The 158th running is the 13th race on today's 14-race card. Welcome back to our coverage on Fox Sports 2 on America's Day at the Races. I'm Todd Schrupp. Samantha Perry will be stepping out. Her best bet of the day coming up before she left. Race number 4. She likes the 7, Helen's Revenge, has been bet all the way down to 2-1. But Michelle Yu will be with me in just a moment. We still have Matt Hill out there with our interviews before and after the race, and Megan Burgess, who's on the backside with some of our Belmont contenders. As mentioned, up next, race number 4, 6.5 furlong optional claiming event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Mike Rapoli, the Kentucky Derby. What a timeline it has been. Some would say for him, it's the most frustrating 2 minutes in sport. Remember Uncle Mo? Probably one of the best horses he's ever had. He said that. He certainly turned out to be a great stallion. He had to scratch as the Derby favorite. Then there was Stay Thirsty, who finished 12th in 2011. Remember, 6 Kentucky Derby runners in 2013 through the 2022 period. Best finish, a 5th in 2022 by Mo Donegal. And then there was Forte. He called him the Michael Jordan of the 3-year-old crop. That's how much he liked him. Didn't even get there. Fierceness, another horse, ultra talented, who just inexplicably didn't run any kind of race in 2024 to finish 15th. And then there is Grande, who ended up scratched. He had that Derby entrant in 2025. And then this year in 2026, he feels like he has the goods in partnership with Renegade, your Arkansas Derby winner. And then they draw the rail. He tried to put a brave face on it and said he's still going to be the best horse from the rail. But then we all know about that troubled trip. Yes, for some, the Kentucky Derby is the most exciting 2 minutes in sport. But for Rapoli, it's the most frustrating 2 minutes in all of sport. I will say this, I am never frustrated when I look on the schedule and I see I get to work with Michelle Yu. You are resplendent today, number one.
Thank you.
And I know you're very excited about this conclusion to the Triple Crown, the 158th Belmont Stakes.
I certainly am looking forward to this rendition and the Derby winners back in action. You know, we don't have a standout star like Sovereignty last year, but it makes it an even better betting race because of that. And Todd, I think that Renegade might have some redemption in the corner for Michael
Okay,
Foley.
but I mean, the troubled trip was pretty obvious. Out of the starting gate, it was really, really bad. But it's a 1.25 mile race. If you're going to have trouble, have it there. He was on even terms, essentially, with your eventual winner, Golden Tempo, at the top of the stretch, and he got out finished. Are we getting carried away with the troubled trip for Renegade?
I just feel like when you're in this position that Renegade was in, where he hit the front in front, that gives Golden Tempo the ability to see him and zero in and want to make up that ground.
Good point.
He got there at the exact right moment. Renegade didn't have an opportunity to rebattle. Right now, in this particular instance, knowing that there's someone else coming from the clouds like you, I feel like Irad might be looking around a little bit more if he's in front and being ready for that late come and having Renegade already going rather than maybe sitting stagnant on the front end.
But unless he suffers a bad break, he's not going to be as far back as he was in the Kentucky Derby, right?
I don't think he's going to be that far back, and I also think he's a horse that doesn't need to be that far back. We've kind of just pigeonholed him as the stone-cold closer because of what we saw from him in Arkansas, but I do feel like he's a horse that has even more tacticality than we've seen.
And Golden Tempo, that is his running style. He likes to come from far out of it. Some have said, well, this is a different kind of stretch at Saratoga. He's not going to have as much time to make that kind of move. Do you believe that?
I mean, it is. There are different configurations for the racetrack, so it certainly could play into that. And what we've seen from the track the last couple of days is horses that are more forwardly placed are finishing better. So he has significant hurdles to overcome.
Okay, so we have no one coming back for the first time more than 100 years out of the Preakness. We have several out of the Kentucky Derby. What about a new face? Here's Power Shift. Power Shift is coming off a maiden victory, but the first start of his career was at Tampa against Emerging Market. He was favored. Emerging Market is actually one of your key contenders today.
Yeah, he certainly is. Looking at Power Shift, when I talked to Mike Rapoli yesterday, he basically said, look, the horse deserves the opportunity. He's been working with Renegade, and he's been working heads up with him. Todd Pletcher's not that kind of guy that's just going to throw a horse in the deep end. We have some trainers that do that, right? They'll throw maidens in the races and everything. You know, the fact that they ran this horse in a stakes race as a maiden still, I feel like they've always just had very high hopes for him. You know, cost $500,000, so there's always been expectations, and he's working right along, and you only get a certain number of opportunities this year to get to run a 1.25 miles against straight 3-year-olds.
Okay, as we said, we've got full team coverage. We have people going in and out. But before we say hooroo today to Matt Hill, we want to get his Belmont Stakes pick. Who do you like, Matt?
Well, Todd, I'm going to get the ball rolling because, as you say, over the next couple of hours, the build-up will continue here from the paddock at Saratoga. I'm going with Renegade. Obviously, the Kentucky Derby is the form line. So much has been said about the tactics of the race today and the speed of the race, but I think he's the best athlete in the race. And with that turn of foot, I think Renegade will win the Belmont Stakes later on. But I'll get the ball rolling, and you'll get a swag of opinions over the next 4 or 5 hours.
He makes a good point. When we do these things, I never want to go first. It's like, but someone had to start, so he starts with Renegade. I have the feeling that amongst our staff, Renegade will be a popular pick because we kind of represent the betting public out there. You know, majority of the betting public has made Renegade a solid favorite.
I mean, for me, he was my Kentucky Derby horse, and he didn't run a bad race. I mean, he really did everything but win. So it's not worth jumping off the bandwagon for me. He's been training forwardly for this spot. I know it's the race where Poli wants to win. So I almost feel like if he was going to pick one or the other, he would almost pick the Belmont over the Kentucky Derby. So I'm going to stick with Renegade because there's no negatives for me about him.
I asked this question earlier. I want to ask it to you because we're going to look at Chad Brown. Are you surprised that his resume is lacking a Belmont win at this point in his career?
Ooh, good question. Not necessarily. I mean,
Okay.
obviously he's had these really good 3-year-olds. He's won the Preakness on several occasions. But overall, I think we still think of him as predominantly a grass trainer. So because of that, I think that it's only a matter of time before Chad Brown gets it done.
And maybe his time is today. 3 chances in the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes. We'll be back with more on-site coverage on America's Day at the Races right after this. You know it's a major event when the Fox Sports trucks roll into town. Tune in later today for outstanding coverage of the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes on Fox. Had a chance to talk with a member of their broadcast crew, the legendary Tom Rinaldi. No one tells a story quite like him. Kurt Menefee is going to be the anchor. Full team coverage on Fox Sports later today of the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes. I'm excited to see what they have. I already know some of the storylines that they're going to be employing. You're going to love the coverage as we conclude this year's Triple Crown. Welcome back to our coverage on Fox Sports 2 of Belmont Stakes Day from Saratoga. I'm Todd Schrupp alongside Michelle Yu, talking about horses going into the Kentucky Derby who you like. You liked Renegade. I liked Emerging Market. I was right about the prep race. The Louisiana Derby didn't produce the Derby winner. It just wasn't Emerging Market. But I felt, Michelle, the troubled trip that Emerging Market had wasn't in the way of having to stop. I thought it was the early move he made into the far turn. Now, the running lines don't really look like it, but he made a move at the rail into a hot pace that I think ultimately cost him.
Which is weird because Flavien Prat is a master rider. Like for him to misjudge something like that, I feel like there had to have been an extenuating circumstance that maybe we just couldn't see from our particular viewing angle. I don't think Flavien makes early moves that he doesn't think a horse can sustain. So if that's your big excuse, I can see why you'd back him again. I prefer another Chad Brown if I'm going to go with a Chad, though.
Oh, so would you prefer his Peter Pan winner?
Yes,
Growth Equity?
I do. I prefer Growth Equity in there because I think he's going to be able to lay closest of all the horses that I like. I think he's going to get first jump on a horse like Renegade. I think he's going to have first jump on Emerging Market. I like the fact that this is the kind of thing Chad does really well. You know, he doesn't get pigeonholed into these big races like, oh, you have to run in the Derby or you have to run now in the Preakness. He bypasses races to get horses ready, like using the Peter Pan as a great springboard to this spot.
Back to the racing action on the undercard here on Belmont Stakes Day at Saratoga. A live look at the field leaving the paddock for race number 4. And as we said, they'll go 6.5 furlongs here on the main track. I mentioned, Michelle, Samantha Perry, who was with us earlier, she kept pointing toward the 7, Helen's Revenge. She loves this horse, comes in on a 3-race win streak, but was listed at 8-1 in the morning line. I know Steer Clear Scratch, that horse was going to get some play. But what do you think of this price of 2-1 on Helen's Revenge?
I think this is what happens when big days come to the races, Todd. And instead of it becoming, what has this horse done? It is, let me know the trainer and the jockey. And, you know, when you look at Linda Rice, this is exactly what you think. So people are betting trainer over form in many occasions.
And it is Helen's Revenge that starts off the post parade. Now, here is the one, Pea Mutter Pickle.
For Amelia Green, gets a turn back in distance, drew the rail last time out, but I love a nice cutback.
The New York bred Naive Melody has put together a nice career in 4 starts.
You know, isn't the favorite today. That'll be the first time when she's run that she has not been the favorite for trainer Wesley Ward.
Scratch the 3, Steer Clear. Here's another New York bred, Spiteful Lily, who's been away since April of last year.
Yeah, she does drop Flavien Prat, though, for the return, and this jockey-trainer combo doesn't happen too often, so if Flavien's drawn to here, that must be intriguing off that long layoff.
The 5, I'm a Cutie Pie, coming up from Maryland, a lot deeper waters here. Here's the 6, Chatter. 3 consecutive second-place finishes coming in.
It's my top pick in here, actually. Even though she hasn't won a race in a while, I think Safi's going to have her tuned in to go in this particular spot. Should be forwardly placed under Jose Ortiz.
There's the 8, Coach Albert Lady, as the 7, Helen's Revenge, had started the post parade. Coach Albert Lady had been the best races in Panama. Here's the 9, Mila Candy, one of our longest shots in the field at 20-1.
You know, she's in a really nice trip, but she just never finishes a race. I would be surprised here.
Curious horse here, coming to Todd Pletcher's barn, Spectacular Gray.
Certainly a $625,000 purchase, broker maiden on debut at Monmouth, then tried the grass in a stake last time out. That didn't work out. They're kind of revamp here, regather, and see how good she really is.
That is your live post parade for race number 4 at Saratoga. Let's focus in on some horses as they begin to warm up. Starting with the horse that you like, the 6, Chatter, coming in for Safi Joseph Jr.
Yeah, you know, she's been knocking on the door since moving into the Safi barn, and she did really well her first time. I think they've gotten a little aggressive with her placement lately, but she still has run good races. I like the fact that she's also been able to run well at multiple racetracks. In a form cycle scenario, Todd, she's 3rd, start off a layoff, which is one of my favorite form cycles. I really think it helps the horse get into that good, you know, peak effort, and I hope to see her really close to the front end today.
I mean, to me, in a lot of ways, she's the horse to catch, but there is a scenario where you could have the 2, Naive Melody, you could have the 4, Spiteful Lily, who's sharp maybe off the layoff. If they, you think Chatter, though, could rate and still win? I mean, if this horse gets hooked, is that a problem?
Yes, I mean, but I think she's naturally very fast. If she gets hooked, I do think it's a problem because I feel like she's not the type that can necessarily rate in a head-to-head situation.
Gotcha.
I feel like if she's sitting off the flank, fine. But when a horse is looking her in the eyeball, I think she gets really racy, and you can kind of see that here in her warm-up. She's leaning on that pony. She's really eyeballing the pony, like she wants to kind of get in front of the pony at this point. I would not be upset to see her away from the pony right now, but I'm sure we're following Safi instructions, and he knows his horses much better than I do.
And Jose Ortiz aboard. We were talking about the Triple Crown that has been for him, obviously aboard the Kentucky Derby winner. The brothers, Jose Ortiz and Arad Ortiz Jr., won 2 in the Kentucky Derby. Jose Ortiz making that decision to leave New York full-time and be based out of Kentucky, and it's worked for him.
It has worked for him. You know, when you're in a place where your brother is the preeminent rider and rides for the preeminent trainer, I feel like there's probably always that little bit of overshadowing that goes on. For him, going to Kentucky and becoming a first-call rider for so many big barns and really getting to showcase how versatile he is and what a strong finisher he is. Honestly, what just a good guy he is.
Yeah.
I think that makes a really big difference. Going to a place like Kentucky, too, you have so much influx as far as trainers go from multiple locations. You really get to dip your finger into a lot of barns over there.
Here is the second choice, the 2 Naive Melody at 3-1. I have to tell you, this kind of surprises me. Not, you know, I'll play a New York bred in this condition. That's not the issue here. I just, you know, the wins for this horse don't seem fast enough to me to win here. I look at the 2 Naive Melody, even though the morning line is right on at 3-1. Not for me. Do you like this horse?
I used her underneath. She's also, to me, is just maybe not quite quick enough. I guess what do you do when you're trying to get through your conditions and you know, maybe gone through all the ones that you have against New York breds? You got to go some Open Company. This is a really big day to go against Open Company.
And this is the most recent start for Naive Melody, April 12th, race 7 at Aqueduct. You talked about running through the conditions, and here against New York breds was a pretty heavy favorite in this field of 7 and delivered. Also showed a little versatility, sat in second. Prior to that, this horse was always out on the lead, trying to get to the lead. But that'll be important today because, as you pointed out, Chatter, if she's on her game, she should be the horse to catch. So Naive Melody would not be served by dueling with Chatter early, would be served a realistic chance to win if she could sit the trip like she did last time.
She really didn't look like she was getting faster at the end of that particular race, too. She did inhale her company, but then she was just kind of maintaining that top gear. So she'll have to do a little bit better. She is a little bit wound up, actually. You can see her shaking her head and rearing here. When she had walked over by the outer rail, she was kind of starting to buck a little bit. So something's irritating her. Maybe it's just a big crowd on hand. Okay,
a saddle adjustment here for your current favorite at 2-1, Helen's Revenge. Are you concerned about something like this?
No, no problem. A lot of times these saddles, you know, the horses come out, they kind of blow themselves up a little bit, so the saddle can be a little bit loose, especially to start to warm up and the horse begins to relax. They brought the horse over. It's being super calm for the resaddling. They're just moving that saddle up because it had started to inch backwards, and you really want that saddle sitting on top of the wither area and the girth in its, basically its armpit. So when it goes a little bit back, it can cause some friction for horses. So this is the best spot for, and for the rider to be able to maintain their center of balance and keep themselves elevated over the spot that it's easiest for the horses to carry them.
It's also much more comfortable at this point of the day. I assume we're probably going to have these clouds burn off. It's going to get a lot warmer. It has been very warm throughout the week. But right now, with it being a little bit overcast, we don't see a lot of these horses washing out in the warm-up process.
Yeah, this is rather one of the horses that's a little bit more sweaty than the others. If you look at her neck, she has some lather on her neck, a little bit of sweat between her legs, but not bad. Like you mentioned, it is overcast, which has been very helpful today. We've had these little spotty showers, but we don't have the humidity that we've had the last couple of days.
Field getting close to post time here for race number 4. We wish you were here. We know if you are here, you're enjoying your time on this historic day. The final time the Belmont Stakes will be held at Saratoga. A 3-year run comes to an end today, the 158th running, and then back to the reimagined Belmont Park. But the field getting close to post time here for race number 4. And taking a look at the 4, currently at 6-1, Spiteful Lily. Is it realistic for this horse to win off such a long layoff, having not raced since April of last year?
Well, she was a debut winner by 14 lengths, so that shows, maybe it was just precocity at the time, but to me that shows a horse that is capable of getting ready to go off of works and not needing races. She also came off a March to June layoff way back in 2024 to be a 6-length winner. So yeah, to me, looking off of her past performances, she's a horse that gets herself ready to go off of the bench. Now she's 6 though, so there's a big difference between doing that when you're 2 or 3 and when you're doing it at 5 or 6.
Sitting up on the board right now at 6-1, Spiteful Lily. I know I'm sitting next to one of the biggest fangirls in the world for trainer Aidan O'Brien. Did you watch the Epsom Derby earlier today?
I did. I watched it.
It's always the other Aiden O'Brien. You guys got to figure out which Aiden O'Brien it is.
I thought it was going to be Maltese Cross, and then when they straightened out and they went to that overhead cam, I thought there's no shot they're going to catch this horse. Christmas Day was so in charge, and if all that horse had to do was maintain, and he was going to win.
It has been a spectacular day so far here at America's Day at the Races. We brought you the 247th running of the Epsom Derby, and we are bringing you complete coverage on site here on Belmont Stakes Day with the 158th running of the Belmont, the 13th race on the card. But right now the field moving into line for race number 4. It is the 7 Helen's Revenge, who remains our favorite at 5-2. Second choice is the 2 Naive Melody at 3-1, and third choice is the horse that Michelle Yu likes, the 6 Chatter, at 3-1. Let's go up to track announcer Frank Marimati. Race number 4 from Saratoga, live on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Mila Candy goes up. And the last one to load will be Spectacular Gray. And she is guided over, making her comeback today. They're in the gate. And they're off. Mila Candy and Spectacular Gray both out alertly. Spiteful Lily is flashing sharp speed, but it's Naive Melody who comes through quickest of all to take the lead. P-Mutter Pickle is a close-up 5th, just 3 lengths off the leader. And then it's I'm a Cutie Pie on the inside of Coach Albert Lady. Chatter is second to last, 2 in front of Helen's Revenge. Naive Melody leads the way through a quarter in 21 3/5 seconds. Naive Melody leads 3 parts of a length, with Spiteful Lily in pursuit second. A length and a half back to Mila Candy in third. Then it's Spectacular Gray in fourth. P-Mutter Pickle along the rail, hard-ridden 5th. 4-back Chatter is getting underway. From the back of the field, has 6 to make up. And just outside of her comes Helen's Revenge, 44-2. They're at the top of the stretch. Naive Melody on the inside of Spiteful Lily. They'll come to the 8th pole together. Out in the center of the track, Spectacular Gray. Further out, Helen's Revenge is picking off horses. They're coming to the 16th pole. Naive Melody digging in, trying to hold off Spiteful Lily, who keeps trying. Naive Melody in front running fashion gets her 3rd in a row. Spiteful Lily was second in front of Helen's Revenge, and I'm a Cutie Pie.
As they say around these parts, New York breds, respect them. And Naive Melody, you had to respect on the lead. This race changed dramatically, Michelle, when the horse you like, the 6 Chatter, did not break, was lethargic. That left Naive Melody out on the lead.
Yeah, she was really resentful to having the dirt kicked in her face, all kinds of issues there. Just draw a line through this effort for her. But Naive Melody looked fantastic on the lead. And look at the end. Her ears are up. So kind of goes back to that last race where she doesn't extend out. It's almost like she needs that pressure to keep on going, but she was more than good enough today. Wesley Ward here for the win.
Yeah, in the sense it was a merry-go-round race. The horses who were 1-2 at the opening quarter-mile mark are 1-2 in the finish. Naive Melody over Spitefully. The half-mile fraction, we saw this on yesterday's track. Very safe racetrack with very fast times. The half mile here, 44-2. Final time for the 6.5 furlongs, 1:16.3. They posted on the board 2, 4, 7, 5. That's 3-1 over 6-1 over 5-2 over 33-1. Naive Melody leading the way, and as you said, double going to the winner's circle. Wesley Ward.
Those fillies never run that fast before, but she surely wanted to do it today. I'm actually surprised Toddie's never tried her on the turf. When she comes down, she's got a little bit of action that would be conducive to a very short turf course.
Well, Matt earlier today was talking to Wesley Ward, and we were talking about the Epsom Derby, and then he brought up Royal Ascot.
He's bringing like 27
horses.
horses.
Wesley said, we're ready. We're ready. Man, are they ready. Bringing a lot of chances to Royal Ascot, but getting a win here at Saratoga on Belmont Stakes Day is Wesley Ward with Naive Melody for Averill Racing. And this will be the next to last race in that early pick 5 sequence. Yesterday, in the Acorn. We had, out of the 5 horses, 4 of them had previously raced in the Kentucky Oaks. Getting some redemption out of the Kentucky Oaks was your eventual winner. Counting the Stars. We'll look back at yesterday's action right after this.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
If you don't have a Naira Bets account, we need to change that. And we have a promotion that will change it for you. It is a free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match bonus. But you got to use this promo code Belmont25. There's no better way to play the races, not only on Belmont Day, but any day out of the year, than Naira Bets. Hopefully you played Dylan Davis aboard Naive Melody. Matt Hill catching up with our winning rider afterwards.
Yes, plenty of happy owners. Happy with your ride too, Dylan Davis. Congratulations. A horse had to find.
Yeah, it was great. Great by Wesley here. He had him ready and broke really sharply. He was like that last in his prior start, so took control early. That's how the track's been playing. I was happy with where I was at, and he responded well for me down the lane.
And riding a Tino in the Belmont Stakes, is it good just to get a bit of a confidence booster up early?
Oh, of course. Yeah, winner before that definitely boosts up the confidence.
And you've obviously had a very deep think about the race. How's the confidence levels?
Yeah, it looks well. You know, we'll just see how with the rain, how it plays out. We might have to make some adjustments there. But, you know, he looks like he's going to handle the distance well. I talked to Chad, and, you know, we look like maybe we can get some forward position to help him so then we can finish up with them down the lane.
Well, get away from these happy owners first, and then good luck in the Belmont.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Dylan Davis.
And he'll be riding a Tino who was second in the Bluegrass Stakes last time out. A big long shot in the Belmont Stakes. That's still ahead. Prices end for race number 4. As mentioned, Naive Melody was staying at 3-1 that morning line. Congratulations to the connections, Averill Racing, and trained by Wesley Ward. Dylan Davis aboard. Dark Bay Brown filly by Complexity out of the Painter Mare. Goods and Services was bred by Sequel Thoroughbreds here in the Empire State of New York. Race number 5 will bring us back onto the turf to go a mile and a 16th. And this field, the body of the race remains intact. All the also eligibles are out. 12 through 15 were main track onlys. We've seen some upsets, but when you just look at competitive races going in, the 5th looked like it was going to be a wide open race.
Yeah, I put salty on the top of my PPs. Definitely one of the toughest handicapping races on the card, in my opinion, here looking at it. So many evenly matched horses, you know, the pace. I feel like there's so many ways you can go in here to find a winner. I don't know how deep you had to go on your multi-races. I would have to go at least 4 deep, maybe 5 or 6. Oh, thank you. Okay, I don't feel so bad now.
Or as the kids would say, 6-7 maybe. Yeah, it is a wide open race here. Yesterday, as we talk about this festival, the Belmont Stakes Festival of Racing, the highlight on Friday was the Acorn Stakes. You basically had a rematch of some of the main contenders out of the Kentucky Oaks, and it was setting up beautifully for the favorite turning for home. But here comes Counting the Stars. West Point Thoroughbreds having themselves a week.
Yeah, they are. So Mark Casse had himself a day yesterday also. This filly has been known to be very brilliant in some of her races, and then sometimes she just runs kind of okay. I thought we saw an okay race from her in the Kentucky Oaks, but she looked like an absolute powerhouse here in this particular race. I think that it really helped the fact that Irad Ortiz got on, sent her out of the gate almost to get a good position, and then was able to sit back and kind of watch everyone.
What about our favorite in second there, always a runner? She was making her typical move at the top of the stretch, and then she just didn't have the punch that she normally has.
Yeah, I don't know, her heart looked a little broken, didn't it? Like, she was striding out beautifully, and then Counting Stars came up, and she just kind of sucked back. I don't think that she's ever felt that kind of intimidation before. She's usually the horse that's giving the intimidation there to the outside, and when something came rolling by her, you know, a part of that is greenness. She's only had 3 races before that under her belt. I just don't think that she was used to that experience. I don't think that's going to hinder her from being a good horse down the road. She's already a Grade 1 winner, but this is also the time of year that horses tend to change, improve, and that's what we were talking about yesterday. This is not a time to single, I feel like, a 3-year-old in a very small field, because this is the time of year that all these horses are improving and growing with leaps and bounds, and that's when you have upsets like you did yesterday.
And what we're seeing in the 3-year-old filly division, we're seeing with the 3-year colts, who you see in the Belmont Stakes, everybody taking turns winning. So if they're chasing an Eclipse Award, all these races matter. So the Belmont Stakes, obviously always huge, but for year-end honors, that's big. That win in the Acorn yesterday by Counting the Stars is huge. Are you familiar with Beyer speed figures?
I mean, I've heard of them.
Okay, so Beyer speed figures, basically they assess past performances of a horse's. The higher the number, the faster the horse. So if you get a horse who runs 100 or more, they're a Grade 1 type horse. We may leave this week of racing, and the biggest Beyer speed figure will have been registered yesterday in the Ogden Phipps Stakes. Nitrogen not only wins by double-digit lengths, how about a Beyer speed figure of 114? There is a real possibility that the Belmont Stakes today will not have a Beyer speed figure even close to what Nitrogen did yesterday.
Well, look, if she had run in the Acorn yesterday, she would have beat that field by 5 or 6 lengths, right? She was just ultra impressive. This is a filly who was a champion 3-year-old last year, and I feel like everyone was so disappointed with her return to the races this year. I thought she ran an absolutely fantastic race off the layoff in the Bayakoa. She might have bounced a little bit in the Azeri. She ran well in the Apple Blossom. I think she loves Saratoga. I think that this was a great race for her to come back. I know Mark Casse is so tired of people telling him, this is a grass horse.
Yeah, he's
Put her
like,
on the grass.
Can we stop this conversation of how she doesn't like the dirt?
She absolutely loves the dirt.
But let me ask you this. Okay, if I'm going to hold out for those people.
Okay.
She loves Saratoga, right?
She does, but that's where the opportunities are. So it's not like we have a ton of opportunities that she could have hit, you know, all these other
But she
spots.
did go to the Breeders' Cup Distaff at Del Mar.
And she ran well.
She ran well. Scylla kind of laid it to the field.
She ran second. I mean, she beat all these other, still beat all these other really great mares, right? She didn't run in the Cotillion. I guess that could have been the deciding factor.
Okay, where did she run before she won here at Saratoga?
She ran in Oaklawn. And she did win at Oaklawn because she won the Bayakoa.
What's her record at Keeneland on the dirt?
Has she run it? She ran second beat ahead to Jinjin in the Spinster.
Right.
And she won at Keeneland on the turf.
The Breeders' Cup is at Keeneland on the dirt.
She's going to be fine. She's going to be fine. I'm going to say right now, she's going to run 1-2 in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
No, good for the connections though, because they had to hear that. Are we doing the right thing?
Yeah.
Keeping her on there. They stayed the course with where they wanted to go. But she is one of those rare horses. She's Grade 1 quality on any of those surfaces.
You know, I remember last year when she first came over to the dirt. I like to joke with John Green because I had texted him like, absolutely, the race comes off the turf. You should run her. She is bred to be a dirt horse. When she was warming up, she moved over it great. I'm like, this is going to be a fantastic spot right here. So I like to keep needling him about this whole scenario when, you know, now she's this big dirt horse. But I think that she's always meant to be this dual surface with this kind of pedigree. Absolutely. You've got Uncle Mo in there. You've got El Prado. You've got Medaglia d'Oro. All of those names, Todd, say run me on anything, right?
You sound like a fan. And you
I'm
should be.
a huge Nitrogen
Yeah, you
fan.
should be a fan of Nitrogen.
Huge
She's
Nitrogen
remarkable.
fan. I
She's
call her the Wanderer.
One of the biggest stars of this week is Nitrogen. One of the stars of the Belmont Stakes is Commandment. He had a flawless spring and then not a great trip in the Kentucky Derby. Can he get his revenge later today at the Belmont Stakes? We'll talk about it after this.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick headstrong in the early going. Mind frame is 4 deep, but up and on the pace and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mind frame on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mind frame. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
It is Essential Quality on the outside and Hot Rod Charlie on the inside. Essential Quality with a narrow lead. Hot Rod Charlie continues to battle on, and now there's an eighth of a mile to the finish. It is Essential Quality with the lead here over Hot Rod Charlie. Now a 16th to the finish, and it is Essential Quality, and he's showing his quality today. The champion 2-year-old has won the Test of the Champion.
Essential Quality, what a great racehorse, and he could win at a variety of distances.
He could, and he was precocious, winning a lot of races as a 2-year-old, and then on to win this. Was that Hot Rod Charlie he beat, right? That was a good race.
Essential Quality, and Brad Cox knows what it's like to win on the Triple Crown Trail. What about Commandment this year? Could he add to his Belmont Stakes resume? Wasn't Commandment... He was winning every race they asked him throughout the spring. Didn't you have to consider him one of the top 3, maybe 3-year-olds in the division going into the Kentucky Derby?
I mean, I guess you did. It just kind of depended on where you rated the Florida races.
I thought they were deep at the time. Now, well, we know what we know now, but you got Chief Wallaby in there. You got Further Ado. You had Napoleon Solo down there in those races, who won the Preakness.
Yeah. I mean...
You didn't like the Florida Trail?
I did not think, you know what I did? What I compared was the Florida Derby and the Arkansas Derby. And I thought if you ran just Renegade and Commandment side by side, Renegade looked so much better than Commandment.
Hold on a second. Yeah, because first of all, he was running against nobody. I'm sorry, but there was no depth to the Arkansas Derby field, in my opinion. Commandment
but
was
he did it the way you want to see.
But Yeah, but Commandment was beating real horses.
I mean, well, where's the Puma now?
Well, he's on the
Chief Wallaby
sideline.
hasn't won a race.
The Puma might have been the favorite for the Kentucky Derby had he gone. He was getting that kind of play.
I don't know. I felt like the Florida races were just okay.
I mean, it's the benefit of hindsight now, knowing that, you know, the Louisiana Derby produced the eventual Derby winner, but that's upset winner. But I think as far as depth, every race down in South Florida, I'm like, wow, look at this field. Wow, look at this field. There were 2 or 3 horses in every one of those races, a gauntlet of horses to get through. Wow, I disagree with you.
I felt like there were like 2 or 3 horses that were fine, and they just weren't
Really?
great. And I agree, we were going about Arkansas, but I thought the way that Renegade did it was just so much more powerful. I just kind of thought, you know what, none of these Florida horses are panning out, and so I was anti-Commandment. Sorry.
I keep trying to shake your confidence in Renegade. That's what this is really all about. And she is not moving away from
Mike
Renegade.
Rapoli would never talk to me again if I shook my Renegade Renegade team banner right now.
Well, let's talk more about Commandment when we talk about John Velasquez. And there's just this group of jockeys that came up together that keep performing at a high level late in their career. The Mike Smiths of the world, the John Velasquez of the world. He's in the Hall of Fame for many reasons, and his resume in the Belmont Stakes, part of those reasons.
Well, Johnny V's name has been just synonymous with the best in New York racing, so I can totally see that. He's had some fantastic finishes. That one with Union Rags, where he was the beaten favorite in the Derby, and he picked up this mount in the Belmont. That was a great ride. 41 miles a minute in the Belmont. That was awesome.
That was great. So great credit to our crew coming up with that. In the Belmont Stakes alone, he's ridden 41 miles.
That's awesome.
Yeah, if you sit down and look at a jockey's career, that's fascinating. Look, think of how many miles they've ridden overall with that. But John Velasquez is a credit to this sport. It's not only his ability on the racetrack, it's the gentleman that he is away, and he takes a leadership role too.
Yeah, he does with the jockeys. He does with up-and-coming riders. I feel like he's a really great mentor to people. He's always been very media-friendly, which is important to us. When we need questions answered, he's a guy you can always depend on to come give you something. He does fundraisers and charity events, and he speaks, and he has really been such a great advocate, not only for the sport of horse racing, but for riders as well, horses. He's fantastic. And while his main business has always been with Todd Pletcher, you saw from right there, some of his Belmont wins came from other trainers as well.
While we wish you were here, it's a great atmosphere, obviously, for the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. We can actually take you closer to the action than all the people who are sitting by our set, because Megan Burgess is near some of the key contenders here for the Belmont Stakes, talking about the Kentucky Derby winner.
We're here at Barn 83 as Team Cherie DeVoe and Golden Tempo look to head on over to the historic Saratoga paddock. The last time we will run the Belmont Stakes here, and Golden Tempo has been relaxing all day, very much at ease, and he will soon get a bath, make his preparations over to the receiving barn. As it just seems as if the energy is at peace with a horse that's already shown so much talent, so much ability, as he looks to defend his Kentucky Derby victory in today's Belmont Stakes.
I mean, the Kentucky Derby winner, you got to speak that name with respect, but right now you can get a pretty good price on this year's Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo. The 158th run in the Belmont Stakes. We're counting down to it here on America's Day at the Races.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Monmouth Park's Haskell Preview Day on Saturday, June 13th is bigger and better than ever. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus Stakes, plus 3 graded events, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Plus, play the $2,000 Pick Your Prize Handicapping Challenge for the chance to win huge prizes. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park.
Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at Naira.com/Saratoga.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Gorgeous Saturday for the conclusion to Thoroughbred Racing's Triple Crown. Welcome back to Saratoga Racecourse. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. I'm Todd Schrupp. Very pleased to be with Michelle Yu. Full team coverage here, taking you back to the barn area, right here in the paddock, and teleporting from the barn area, putting in a lot of steps today. Megan Burgess is now in the paddock watching the field for race 5. Hey, Megan.
That's right, Todd. It is a busy day, but a brilliant one. My first Belmont Stakes day, and it's been a surreal to catch up with the Kentucky Derby winner throughout the day, but a very strong group here in this 5th race as we've got a duo of Chad Brown runners, including the number 8 Scarlet's Halo, who just really impressed me physically. She's a big, strong, strapping daughter of Practical Joke, who has a lot of substance to her. And as far as her last performance off the bench there at Aqueduct, she tracked well off that slow pace as the closer she is, which can compromise herself from time to time. She ran in that key race. Well, we'll see her stablemate Sandtrap return in that just a game. But I will say she safeguard on the inside, and she was a bit green getting into a rhythm, but when she turned it on, her rally was incredibly strong. I find she will move forward in her second start off of the layoff. As far as number 10 Imperatrice for trainer Todd Pletcher, also looks for a huge day on this Belmont Stakes card, and she's the more lighter, refined individual, streamlined, athletic frame to her. Feel like she's going to be able to get every ounce of this distance and perhaps even more, as she got a wake-up call on the grass last time out where she was able to run second in that Memories of Silver. Of course, we saw Fitzwright come back to win the Grade 2 Wonder again yesterday, flattering what almost seemed to be more of a tepid race, but we'll see if she can get to this firm turf course after earning that yielding score. But she was incredibly sharp. I'd expect her yet again to be right there on the lead. Quickly, as far as the number 1 Itawa for Mark Cassie, she's cutting back in distance, that 1.5 miles now to the 1 1/16 miles. I will say the one concern, while I didn't mind her physically, she is a bit of a price. If she can get that stride frequency a bit quicker in her acceleration, I do find she's going to be quite dangerous, Todd, but this is a fun one to sort through.
Yeah, these turf races, as we've been talking about, have yielded some prices. As the field goes behind our set here, you're getting a good look at them up close, Michelle Yu. Anything standing out to you physically on some of these horses in this field?
Just the absolute size and scope of the 8 Scarlet's Halo, who you heard Megan talking about, daughter of Practical Joke, which I don't necessarily think of as a turf sire. Her turf race has just been okay. She is a big, robust looking filly. I could certainly see her running well on the main track as well. I thought the 7 Tis Now Mama made a nice appearance also. Chad Summers knows how to turn out a good looking horse. I couldn't use her based on Turf Paradise form, but watching her walk over here, she certainly did not look out of place. There's a good look at her right there, Todd.
Before we get to the post parade for race number 5 here at Saratoga, let's go back to Megan.
Well, lovely to catch up with trainer Chad Summers, who will send out the number 7 Tis Now Mama. But an update, though, on your Preakness winner, Napoleon Solo. Is he still looking to target the Haskell?
Yeah, that's the plan. Look, obviously, we're going to watch the Belmont Stakes today and the Woody Stevens with great interest. Obviously, Bob said that he wants to send Crude Velocity to the Haskell. So we're here watching as a fan, and we'll see what happens on July 18th.
How encouraging is it to watch the progression of this horse? As obviously, he was incredibly talented at 2, and being able to carry that form into his 3-year-old career.
We saw it in the morning time, right? It was disappointing what happened in the first 2 races his 3-year-old year, but we never gave up faith in him, and we were happy that he was able to move forward in the Preakness and feel like he has more room to move forward after that.
Best of luck, and congratulations, your first classic victory with Napoleon Solo.
Thank you.
And Todd?
But Michelle Yu, the big story is Napoleon Solo was sold.
Yeah.
Was sold after the Preakness. They took the offer. So he's got new ownership. credit to the new ownership. They keep Chad Summers around as the trainer.
Not only did Chad Summers train this horse, so he also picked him out, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, it was a no-brainer for Al Gold.
40,000, right?
Yeah. Chad has picked out a grade winner that cost 30, 40, 50, and 60,000. He's pretty smart.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the private sale was quite
you're
a number.
making money.
Yeah. All right, so let's meet the field here for race number 5. Taking a look at the 4, Sonia Hennig.
Coming in with a bunch of runner-up efforts in her last couple. She's coming in from Tampa. She's run at Saratoga before with no success.
The 5 is Starship Athena. 9-1. Does that surprise you? Bet down from 20-1?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big price drop for a horse that returned off of the layoff and finished 6th that day. I mean, I guess she needed the race, so she could improve with the stretch out as well.
Curlin's Angel, a 5-year-old, making only the 5th start of her career.
Stretching out in distance here, back to, I think what she wants more is a little bit further ground.
How about a Turf Paradise shipper for trainer Chad Summers, the 7, Tisnow Mama?
Well, I wouldn't talk you off based on her look. She came over very well turned out, but quality is going to be a question mark.
The 8, Scarlet's Halo for Chad Brown.
Yeah, she looked fantastic in the paddock here. She'll be stretching out also. I don't know what to do with some of her races. She's very hard to say this is how she's going to run because her form is all over the place.
Another Chad Brown trainee, Marketplace of Ideas. Here for trainer Todd Pletcher is the 10, Imperatrice. Coming out of a race where you got to take into account the winner came back to win. That's kind of an update to your catalog page. Here's the 11. Y'all ready for this?
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
14 length defeat last time out in an off-the-turf event. Gets back on the grass, but honestly, most of the grass races are not that much of an improve. To me, she'd be a shocker. The 10 is my top selection.
That is your live post parade for race number 5. It was a lively crowd from the time the gates opened. The gates opened up at 9 a.m. Eastern time. Everyone rushing to their favorite picnic table, or maybe they'd made other arrangements. But everyone likes to find their favorite spot early and then stay there throughout the day. So while gates opened at 9 a.m., you're looking at a 12-hour day with lots of action and lots of entertainment in between. And so this crowd continues to swell as the day goes on because we're up to race 5 on a 14-race card.
You know, the good thing is about when you spend the whole day here, Todd, is there's so much going on. There's little activities going on. You end up making friends with your neighbors.
Yep.
Everyone's sharing their food and their bevies. Obviously, there's fantastic racing, but there's more things to do than just wait that 25 minutes in between races, which I think really helps break up the day when you're in here for a marathon stretch like 14 on the card.
Yeah, when I was done with my shift yesterday, I had no more races to do. I went to go be a fan and hang out with a friend of mine who brought us 2 chairs. So we hung out on one side of the paddock with his chairs, and then some of his friends are like, hey, we've got a picnic table, come over. So I started to fold my chair up. He's like, no, you can leave that here. No one will take it.
No one will take it.
No one will take it. And the camaraderie is fantastic. I needed a cigar. Someone's like, here's that. It's, as you said, it's a joyous atmosphere. It's a celebration of the sport of thoroughbred racing. And this fan base, as they say, gets it.
Look, people are making a pilgrimage to come to Saratoga. They're here because they love horse racing. That's what it comes
just when
down
you think you've seen it all at this historic racetrack, they've seen a Belmont Stakes now for 3 years running, so there's also kind of a sentimental part to this. We're not going to have this Belmont Festival next year, so you're not going to have this week of racing next year.
So sad.
Yeah. They still have a lot to look forward to on this racing calendar, though. They'll head back downstate where the historic aqueduct will eventually close, then they'll come back here for the 4th of July festival and then right in to the traditional summer meet. Talking about race number 5, here's the 2 Epidine. If you are taking a look at Pick 5 will pays, this is the conclusion to the first Pick 5 offered on the card. This is the favorite by far. The 2 Epidine is returning $9,200. That's because of the upsets that we had, so that's a great return. After that, the next lowest in the Pick 5 will pays is the 10 Imperatrice for $20,000. So while the 2 is sitting here at 5-2, the Pick 5 says this horse is probably going to come down in odds to around 8-5.
Well, I think that she is a deserving favorite in this spot. She's my second choice in here. I'm a Les Mis fan, first of all, so I have to back anything with any kind of a Broadway tie-in to. But look, she came over from France. Her first races at Saratoga last summer. She ran a good effort behind Mayday Ready, who subsequently has run very well. And I don't mind her coming off a layoff. She was a debut winner. I don't think that she necessarily wants to be in the same position that she was when she ran in the Lake Placid. She was pretty close to a tepid pace. I don't know. I feel like she might want to be a little bit further back from a quicker pace, but we'll see.
Attention, Megan Burgess is on the move again. Backside, paddock, and now trackside, watching the field warm up. Who looks best, Megan?
I still can't get my eye off of the number 8, Scarlet's Halo, but as far as the current favorite, the number 3, Eponine, who I actually have some experience, number 2, Eponine, who I got to see last year when she did run in that Wonder Lake Placid, I should say. She's put on so much weight. She was coming over last year directly from her travels and her races through in France, where she was a Group 2 placed filly, and she looks fantastic, and she's one that is going to be able to show that early speed. And the Lake Placid was just a merry-go-round of sorts. She broke forwardly, and she was second off the aforementioned, as Michelle put it, Mayday Ready, who wired that field, and she was in chase mode. But I do love the way that she, to me, has been able to take a step forward physically, especially with her athletic frame being able to merge into this U.S. configuration. The number 6, Curlin's Angel, was an incredibly impressive debut winner for Jorge Abreu last summer, and she's one that got off to a later start after some setbacks as a 2- and 3-year-old. She didn't debut until later on as a 5-year-old, second off of the bench now, where I give her credit for her last race as she was in chase mode. She was coming off of the layoff and she just got tired, but I do find she at least was able to show a little bit more early speed, which I think is incredibly interesting now, as I find she's a fitter filly for the task and can continue to move forward in her tactical ways. Number 9, Marketplace of Ideas, a high energy sort. This filly was actually tacked outside of the saddling stall with the pony, but as Chad Brown was placing the tack, she was still as a statue, so she handled herself incredibly well. I will say both of Chad's horses are at way too big of a price in my opinion, as they're both the physical standouts of this race. Though Marketplace of Ideas, I do find has a step forward. Wasn't exactly thrilled when Deference came to regress yesterday in her maiden win, who she beat in that last score there at Aqueduct, but I do find she has a step forward in her, though I did prefer the stablemate in the number 8, Scarlet's Halo.
Megan, great work. Now she's going to be coming back to the paddock. That is a long day, a lot of steps. I need them, though.
That's because Megan and I have been having big dinners every night. We've had pasta every night this week, so we got to get our steps in.
So many good places to get good pasta in Saratoga Springs. I did want to go back to Eponine, our favorite in here, because I was talking about this earlier today. The horse had been racing over in France, but was bred in Ireland, so I figured there was some type of Celtic connection to the name. Eponine.
Oh, the goddess of horses.
Yes, the Gaulish horse goddess.
Don't worry, Todd. I already knew that.
What a great name. What a great name. You can learn a lot when you pay attention at the racetrack, either listening to Michelle Yu or looking up some of these horse names. But there is Eponine.
From the term of epios.
And Epona, which has something to do with fertility with horses. But Epona, I think, protected donkeys and mules and horses, but very clever name. Okay, the bigger question is Eponine going to win?
If she gets the right setup. I think being down on the rail, someone needs to kind of, or towards the rail, I would love to see someone just kind of go, like Tis Now Mama maybe just sends hard and takes the advantage. The problem is all the speeds to the outside, and then it just kind of give her a box to be in. I don't know. I don't love her draw. I still think that she's a horse to beat in here, certainly. Just needs to get a little bit better. Hopefully it sets up for her from a pace standpoint.
You've heard our opinion. The most important opinion is yours. Hopefully you're playing it right now through your Naira Bets account. The field is moving into line for race number 5 to go 1 1/16 over the firm turf. And as they move into line and check the odds, the 2 Eponine is our 2-1 favorite. Second choice is the 10. That is Imperatrice at 7-2, and then third choice down on the inside, that is the 1 Etowah at 5-1. For the rest of the load and then the call, let's go up to track announcer Frank Miramati. It's Belmont Stakes Day at Saratoga. Post time for race number 5.
Thanks so much, Todd. We've got most of them into the line. Here's Marketplace of Ideas. Imperatrice is next. And no music to accompany the last one. Y'all ready for this? Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sonia Henny is out alertly, but it's Imperatrice who sprints up, and Tis Now Mama, and those two are setting a very quick early tempo. Marketplace of Ideas Could not ask for a better spot in third, as there was a little difficulty there for Tiz Now Mama into that first turn, which leaves Imperatrice as the clear-cut leader. They're followed by Sonia Henny, who's now in fourth, 6 lengths off them. Itawa is next, and then it's a couple of lengths back to Eponine on the inside of Curlin's Angel. The opening quarter went in a snappy 22 and 3/5 seconds. Those two followed by Carmen Sita and Starship Athena, who are next to one another. At the back of the field, Scarlet's Halo, and y'all ready for this? Imperatrice set that quick early tempo, slows it down just a touch as the half went in just under 47 seconds flat. It's Imperatrice into the far turn, leading the way by a length and a half. Tiz Now Mama is in second. On the inside, it's Marketplace of Ideas maintaining third. Sonia Henny is fourth. They've been this way throughout. Behind them, Eponine is having to step on the brakes, looking for a little seam to go through. Curlin's Angel is trying to get underway. Widest of all is Starship Athena as the field turns for home. There's room for Marketplace of Ideas, who's had the dream journey and cruises up and takes over Imperatrice. Also on the outside, Eponine is finishing with interest. It's Marketplace of Ideas and Dylan Davis trying to hold off Eponine. It will be Marketplace of Ideas. Another for Dylan Davis. Second went to Eponine. And then it was a battle for third between Scarlet's Halo and Carmen Sita.
Well, jockey Dylan Davis waiting patiently behind horses, and then at the top of the stretch, it is the trip of life. There's no one in front of Dylan Davis in Marketplace of Ideas, so he's got first run at the leader and takes advantage. Marketplace of Ideas at 9-1. This could be portending of great things to come later today in the Belmont Stakes for these connections.
Not only the first run, Todd, but the clearest run, and also a ground-saving run, because when you looked at the horses at the top of the field, they were stretched out 6, 7, 8, 9 wide across the track trying to make up, this run, and instead she got a beautiful clear trip, sat right off of your leader, and looked great right there, able to hold off the two who was absolutely trying to rock and roll. This is a first-time versus winners for this filly, which is not normally my favorite angle, but got it done.
Can we drone on about this race?
I'd love to, right? Let's
Going
see,
high
where is she?
overhead.
I gotta even look. Okay, there she is in second now.
I mean, look at that. I mean, there's really not even a decision to make there, because it just, all of a sudden, that horse to the outside drifted out. The leader starts to come back. I'll give credit to the second place finisher, because Marketplace of Ideas had everything go right and got that first jump in, and that's the difference, because Eponine kept closing the gap.
Yeah. Certainly was trying to close that gap. I mean, very hard. She actually had a kind of a hard way to go when they turned for home, and the 9 was able to move clearly, and the 2 was behind her and just couldn't get herself out in time, and then there was a little bit of shifting, so the 9 just a beautiful trip there.
How about the Chad Brown winners today? 18-1 in race number 1, 9-1 here.
Megan coined that. She said these Chad Brown runners are overlooked at these prices.
And then the Belmont Stakes could add to his resume, get him his first Belmont win. He's certainly got the numbers coming in. 3 horses in that field of 9. And Dylan Davis having himself a day. Dylan Davis taking this race and race number 4. So it's a Dylan Davis double, races 4 to 5, with a good win here at 9-1, 3-1 in the previous race on Naive Melody. So Dylan Davis making his mark on the undercard here on Belmont Stakes Day. He'll be on a huge long shot for Chad Brown later on with Otino. Now there is a dead heat for third in this race. They have posted on the board 9-2, and then the 3 and the 8 are in a dead heat for third. So it's 9-1 over 2-1, and then that dead heat for third, 29-1 over 9-1. So we've talked a lot about Chad Brown and the fact that he has not won a Belmont Stakes yet, but I think that changes today. And the horse I'll be taking a look at is Emerging Market. We've talked a lot about the trips in the Kentucky Derby, but sometimes it's a subtle trip. It's not about the running lines, it's how you watch the race. And in that race, Emerging Market made what I thought was a premature early move into a hot pace on the far turn. He won't have to do that today. He'll have a very tractable trip. I like Emerging Market to win the Belmont Stakes. Why am I telling you this? Because I'm leaving. My day is over on air here. I wish I could stay. You are going to stay.
I am going to stay. I'm on for a couple more races.
It is the modern version of Three's Company, as Michelle Yu will be joined by Greg Wolf and Simon Bray. Yes, that Simon Bray. Oh, yes, that Bob Baffert. He's got a big horse to come later on, and the Woody Stevens. He seems to be in Chad Summers' head. Chad Summers is like, we'll watch today, but we'll see you in Oceanport July 18th, Bob. We'll talk more on America's Day at the Races.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on this historic Belmont Stakes Saturday, the last of which here at Saratoga Racecourse. But here at the fifth race Marketplace of Ideas, etched her a perfect trip, her first win against winners, and I'm very pleased to be joined by her owner, Seth Klarman of Klarvich Stables, who had an absolutely tour de force day yesterday. 2 graded stakes victories with ways and means and portfolio duration. But it's really nice to see Marketplace of Ideas coming along into herself as she's continued to progress here.
Yeah, she's doing great. Chad's great with the European turf fillies, and it takes a little time to develop some of them, and this was obviously her best race today.
Looking back on yesterday, what did that day, at the end of it, what did that mean to you to see those 2 fillies throw down in the way they did?
So I tend to think about, what do we have a chance to win a race on a given day? And I thought maybe we could get one, but I didn't think 2 was possible. And as it turned out, we pulled it off. But 2 noses, we don't always win the noses, but we got it. It's great to have Ways and Means back winning, and very quick race, obviously very impressive effort. And the other one, Portfolio Duration, is developed beautifully, and maybe she shows a new dimension, going a little longer and in front.
Well, 2 wins yesterday and 2 entrants in this Belmont Stakes with Growth Equity and Emerging Markets. But at the foundation comes your relationship with Chad Brown. Have you etched a path through your meeting of the minds to be able to get these horses and these purchases from all different price points to the biggest stages in racing? How gratifying is that to now have 2 entrants in the Belmont?
Chad and I have been together a long time. I think we've forged a really strong partnership. I have tremendous respect for his passion, his hard work, his deep knowledge of every horse in his barn. And we talk a lot about each horse and about the races, but ultimately he's made great calls getting these horses ready and putting them in a spot where they can win.
Well, congratulations here and best of luck in the big one.
Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Great to see you and great to see Greg Wolf, who we will welcome, I should say, into the show. And Greg, I don't find Dylan Davis could have rode a Marketplace of Ideas any better in that ground-saving, beautiful trip to get the job done in the 5th.
How about that pick 5 ending there, $34,668 as well to get Chad Brown at 9-1. What a week he's having. Good to be with Michelle Yu, with Simon Bray. Chad Brown yesterday. Better Rose's Ways and Means. Fits right in the Wonder again. Portfolio duration in the New York. This win, and as we heard from Megan, 2 big chances to come with growth equity and emerging market in the Belmont Stakes, trying to get Chad Brown his first ever Belmont.
Looking forward to that. I think he's got a good chance in there, although it might not be the horse that everybody else likes. I think Growth Equity looks like the type that could really get a nice trip, especially the way the track's been playing, and gets the jump on everybody else.
And what am I living in, Greg? Chad Brown, $38 winner in the first and a $20 winner now. That never happens.
You guys weren't on air, but Megan said the Chad Brown horse in this race are way overlooked right now. I can't believe you're getting these kind of prices on them.
That's how competitive this week
Yes.
is. All the stars are out, and it's a rare opportunity that you see that barn, who's so dominant, especially on this circuit. Yeah, prices like that. Bob Baffert, he's always dangerous in big races. He'll send out 3 superstars this afternoon. Crude Velocity, a horse that many think could maybe steal the show in this 3-year-old division. I know we have the Belmont Stakes to come. Many believe this is the best 3-year-old in the country right now.
I don't know if he's the best 3-year-old in the country yet, but he has certainly shown that he is dynamic. I thought his win in the Pate Mile was excellent. I really thought they were going to springboard into the Preakness Stakes for that, and they obviously did not. He has been able to overcome all kinds of adversity in his races, and at points in the race he looks like he's not going to win it all. He's nice, so reminiscent to that of me, and he just pulls it out and then draws off at the end.
He has an Achilles heel.
Yes.
He doesn't get out of the gate well.
Yeah.
Is that going to catch up to him at some point?
At some point it might, Greg. You're right. But at some point, does more racing help that, alleviate that problem? Sometimes horses, the more you race them, they get accustomed to the gate. He was the biggest lock of Derby week. I have never seen a horse work as good as him in Southern California. Even Bob Baffert said it. Reminded him of American Pharoah. Those are the 2 best physical horses that I've seen work with the dynamics of the way they work and the way they move. He was an outstanding workhorse going into the Derby. More of the same coming into this.
Obviously, Nysos as well, Breeders' Cup Third Mile winner in the Met Mile. Is that race more than just him in journalism?
It is, right?
You think so?
I think so. I mean, look, Nysos has to overcome something. He's coming in from Saudi, and a lot of horses take a race back from the Middle East to get back to what they normally are. Also, the fact that race, I feel like, took a lot out of him. I think 9 furlongs was really stretching him, even around the 1 turn. And so, for me, this is going to be a race that he's going to have to not only be the best, he's going to have to really throw down and improve. I mean, we saw him get beat last year off that extended layoff when he ran to the Churchill Downs and he got beat by Mindframe that day. You know, the return races for him are not necessarily his strongest effort. So
Simon, go ahead.
You have Antiquarian in here, who I think this really suits. Saudi Crown is going to be forwardly placed. I don't think it's just the 2 horses.
I will say this about Nysos, Greg. He's a length and a nose away from being undefeated. And the length defeat was by the best dirt horse in the world right now, Forever Young. So, I don't know. I mean, if he brings that race, I think he's going to be tough. The layoff, when he came back in the Churchill Downs, I thought was one of the best races of that year. That was a great race with Banishing and Mindframe. So, yeah, I think it's those 2. The X factor to me is Knightsbridge. I think it's 7-2. He's way too short on the morning line. I look at his form. It doesn't stack up against journalism on Nysos. He should be, from a betting standpoint, a much higher price than 7-2.
In terms of travel, too, makes that trip to the Middle East 4 months now. He's had time to recover from that performance. Should that not be an issue?
I don't think it's going to be an issue. I really don't. I think, look, I think we've perfected traveling to the Middle East and coming back. I mean, a quick turnaround might be, but I think at this stage of the game, we've perfected that, especially Bob Baffert.
Meanwhile, we have a race where, in terms of a head-to-head matchup, maybe the most anticipated in a long time between your Breeders' Cup Sprint winner and the horse who did not go to that race and won Breeders' Cup Sprint champion, I should say. They're going to settle it on the track. Ben Tornado and Bookham Dano, and of course Bob Baffert will be represented in that race as well with Imagination. Let's go to Megan Burgess for more.
Well, many are focused perhaps on the matchup between Ben Tornado and Bookham Dano, who the slightest of margins were the difference between the Eclipse Award honors in the end. With Imagination, though, I do find needed the start off of that travel to the Middle East, where he ran incredibly well that day. And he's a horse that I find is on the up and up. But I appreciated the way he still ran in that Churchill Downs last time out, as he's one that sometimes those horses don't quite come back the same from the Middle East, and he showed he still had the same zest and the same talent. And to me, his versatility is what's key. He's going to be tactically meant. He draws beautifully with Ben Tornado directly to his outside, who we know is going to the lead with a tactical pocket trip. Greg, I find Imagination, who I'll beans spill a little bit, is going to be my top selection in this Grade 3 True North.
Megan, thank you. Tactically, Megan, it may set up Michelle, excuse me. Tactically, it looks like it may set up really nice for Imagination. Does he need to get faster, though, to compete against the best race from Ben Tornado and Bookham Dano?
I think he does. I think he needs to be better. Also, I think this distance is kind of tricky for a horse like Ben Tornado, who I don't necessarily think wants a step over 6 furlongs. I think this race really, from a configuration, really plays more to Bookham Dano. And then Imagination, he hasn't had that opportunity. He's been very good at 6. He's faltered at 7, so I don't know where 6.5 is going to suit him.
Yeah, I mean, he's faced Bookham Dano here in the Woody Stevens. He got crushed by him, but he went to the sidelines. So that was an excuse. He was second to Ben Tornado in the Breeders' Cup. I'm with Michelle. I think the 6.5 finds him out. If you're looking for a long shot, and I'm talking about a horse to use underneath, the 7 BU.
Scratched.
Maybe he's scratched? I didn't have
BU's out.
Yeah. BU's out now.
I didn't have that scratch.
I'll give you the long shot. Don't worry. It's
Okay.
listen up chance.
I agree
That's
with
going
you.
to be your long shot.
Yes.
Who's working incredibly strong as well. For trainer Doug O'Neill, we're going to take a timeout. We will be back. It was 3 years ago. Jenna Antonucci made history in this sport, becoming the first female trainer ever to win a Triple Crown event with Arcangelo. We'll take a look back when we return.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass, a 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Keeps coming. Explorers down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it in the Kentucky Oaks. Always a runner. She's always runners on top of the world.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
I see those silks, those I know. Dugan! Yay! That's so cool. I love it. I love it. So that picture, my niece had made that after we won. We live in South Carolina, and she sent it up to me. So, really cool. Seeing everything back together as it pulls different parts of the journey. Taking myself back you know, I think your mind imprints through emotion. And so obviously there was a lot. Always say a last prayer. Always. I can very visually remember, like, we're loading, you know, just my little prayer of just keep him safe. And wherever we end up, just be safe. You just want to see him break well.
And they're off in the 155th Belmont Stakes.
We knew we were going to be a target. I remember everyone being around and, you know, where Manny, my husband, was, you know, just where everyone was.
Then it's the trio of Arcangelo, Forte, and Hit Show.
Watching him kind of get through that first turn and then just settle on the backside and just find his cadence and find his rhythm. The freak out that everyone obviously refers to, because you just don't expect you're going to get the rail. That it opened, it was like I could hear like the angels of like, oh, as the rail opens, and that's why I was screaming, come through now, because you didn't want that to close on him.
And Arcangelo has now taken over. Arcangelo is in front. It is Arcangelo with the lead. Arcangelo in front, trying to hold on for the final 50 yards, and it's Arcangelo to win the Test of the Champion.
My first mind was, holy crap, we just won the Belmont. Like, we did it, we won. We did this together. That's what that is in that moment. Like, you put a life into something and you put a team into it, everything you've got into it, to watch your team do that is very special.
Still, and there's Jenna Antonucci, so I'll have one coming up in the next race, one that a story, I don't think it got near enough attention for what she accomplished, becoming the first female trainer in the history of the sport to win a Triple Crown event.
Also, the way she handled herself afterwards, I felt like was just really good and indicative of some of these good stories and trainers that we can see in horse racing, you know, handling the media and handling the advocacy. And she's always been just a really great female representative for horse racing.
And then, of course, this year, we have the first female trainer ever to win a Kentucky Derby. And Cherie DeVaux, as much as, you know, that win, it probably means everything in your career, but she is exhausted from all the media attention that she has had to deal with. She'll probably be very happy when all this is over.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's done a tremendous job handling all the media. I don't think she's turned down a media request. She's been a great ambassador for the sport. She's fulfilled every commitment that she's honored. And, yeah, I mean, look, from the standpoint of this afternoon, I think it's going to be a tough task for Golden Tempo, but I'm just glad that he showed up here.
And also have to give her the connections a little bit of props there as well, because the Phipps stable is now highlined by Daisy Phipps and Polito, and she has done a great job getting on a lot of other podcasts and being on the news as well. So while a lot of the focus has been on Cherie, some of the co-owners in the background, including Vinny's wife, have also been there. And so it's a very female-driven horse, which I think is cool.
It's been a tremendous story. Meanwhile, it was the story of last year, Sovereignty. Incredible in the Kentucky Derby, would pass on the Preakness, would win the Belmont Stakes, would become Horse of the Year. Those connections back, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, with Chief Wallaby, who's still looking for that signature win, having competed probably the toughest road to the Kentucky Derby through Florida.
Yeah, this is I think for Bill Mott, this is a program that you don't see very often. He won his maiden race four starts ago, and now he's in the Derby and the Belmont. So the horse has taken Bill Mott there. Bill Mott hasn't taken the horse there because I don't think he was ever going to run in these Triple Crown series if he hadn't showed up in start number 2. So he's taken him there. And I think, look, outside of Renegade, I think he had a tough trip. I think he saw enough trouble in the stretch run of the Derby. I'm not saying he was going to win, Greg, but it might have cost him a length or two, maybe a better placing. I think he'll be laying a little closer. I like him coming into this afternoon. I think he's sitting on a that's
Not only closer, I think he might end up being on the lead with the second-time blinkers. He's been training very aggressively.
Yep.
I feel like he's a horse that's what you have to try to do to win, is have a dynamic change.
Race 6.5 furlongs. Entry level allowance coming up, first of $120,000 as we look at local knowledge. Been a while since we've seen him on the racetrack for Todd Pletcher. Brilliant debut among those who he beat in that first out effort. Commandment, who of course would go on to win the Florida Derby. Let's go to Megan.
You're stealing my thunder, Greg. Yes, he did an incredibly live race at Keeneland as number 5 local knowledge here in a very tough allowance group that I thought was just incredibly fun to sort through. As far as local knowledge physically, while I didn't get to see him last fall at Keeneland, he has, as far as now as a 3-year-old, he's definitely not the biggest, but God, he's incredibly beautiful. When you look at him from top to bottom, an athletic mover, again, fit off of the benches, he has really impressed when you go through those DRF clocker reports in the morning, remaining several lengths clear of his unraced stablemate on a demanding Oklahoma surface. As Greg had alluded to, his maiden special was amongst the best of the year, yielding a Grade 1 winner in Commandment, along with a stakes winner in Gallivant. Now, he didn't have the cleanest of beginnings that day back on October the 5th, where he didn't break clean. He took a pretty substantial hit off the gate, and he was in a wide early chase where he was making a strong run and a clean one down to rally impressively, overcoming adversity and showing incredible maturity at that stage in the game. I do find he takes a step forward today and is fit for the task. The number 8, Sea Strike, currently taking tepid favoritism for trainer Chad Brown's one that a more modest pedigree, and honestly on the bottom side of the pedigree, it's more more turf inclined, but the sire, to me, one of the most underrated. That dam is actually a half sibling to New York Sire and Sire of Bookham Dano and Bucero, but in terms of Sea Strike, I do find that he's got the recency advantage and was a tremendous winner with that 83 Beyer speed figure where he broke a step slow, he was green between horses, off slower, last early, and you could see that he was still figuring things out in the first couple of furlongs of that race and managed to put it together. I do find you're getting the fresher model, Greg, as he does have the recent advantage over local knowledge coming off of the bench.
There is Jose Ortiz, the man of the moment. Beat yesterday in the Oaks, pulled off that Oaks Derby double, just the 9th jockey in history to do that. Jenna Antonucci there. We just had the story on her remembering that historic breakthrough victory with Arcangelo back in the Belmont Stakes, would go on to win the Travers as well and be crowned champion 3-year-old. So fitting too, Simon, that she was able to win a race on Belmont at Saratoga Week.
Yeah, no question about that. Absolutely. So, yeah, her horses are running well. She's up against it here with a 41-1 shot, but I think the race goes through the Chad Brown runner. 3-1. We've seen him with a $38 win, a $20 win, a little shorter here. Greg, Megan touched on it. If you watch the replay of Sea Strike, that horse had no clue what he was doing. Green as grass on the debut, climbing way slowly. And I tell you, this horse got, I think, about 2 or 3 races of experience out of this one effort.
Here's that start. Yeah, drops back to last. And usually that means game over, especially in a debut.
Especially on dirt, too. I mean, this horse is taking dirt. Look at him, jumping from the dirt. He's getting all the spray. He's at that optimal distance away from the horse in front of him where you're getting the maximum kickback. Sometimes it's more advantage to be laying a little closer when it hits you on the chest. Now you're sprayed in dirt. You're coming in between horses with a first-time starter. This was a professional effort from a horse that really, I think, is going to move forward leaps and bounds today.
Look at the explosive turn of foot that he showed once. He was able to see daylight and got out of that dirt that he was already running into. He just showed such tremendous turn of foot there. And the horse that he beat actually came back to win yesterday here on the undercard.
If this was an athlete, you were scouting him, just raw talent, Greg. Raw, unadulterated talent.
Eased up at the end.
He is the 3-1 favorite right now in this spot. I guess a little bit surprising because this is a difficult field and there's some real talent in here, including Playa Del Mar. His last 2 races have been exceptional.
Yeah, but here's the thing. One of them was a $50,000 claimer. I think he's up against it.
Village Person, big price with Kender Carmouche.
Coming off a victory against New York Breds last time out, and that was his first start off of the layoff.
His brothers, Lobster, Chowda, here's Butter.
Yeah, second off the layoff, very good. Beaten ahead, lost out.
Yo, Banana Boy has Ricardo Santana Jr.
Could actually sit a good pressing trip here. He's going to stretch out in distance today for Mike Maker.
That incredible debut from local knowledge. It was in October at Keeneland. We haven't seen him since.
3rd, 4th, 6th place finishes all came back to win. Key race.
Caldo Candy, a 3-time winner.
You know, he's actually had experience at this particular distance, which gives him a leg up on some others coming out of a stakes race, but he was well beaten that day and returns for the first time this year.
Second time started for Miguel Clement. Bright Line Bullet really improved in that second start.
Very impressive. Maiden breaking victory, lost out.
Here's Chad Brown's Sea Strike. We showed you the debut.
Yeah, you know, he looks like he's in that second start kind of mind frame right now. He knows exactly what's about to happen.
Mary's lad, Jose Ortiz, with the mount to come on the Derby winner, Golden Tempo.
A lot of big numbers in here. This might be the one to use in a trifecta, 13-1.
Imagine John, his last race was pretty good to be 43-1.
And prior to that, he's had a couple of very good efforts. He's a really consistent performer, including a third-place finish in the Stanford at this very track. He's coming in with some nice workouts.
Brazenly, another one who ran a big effort last start.
Yeah, cutting back a little bit. Been running in one-turn races, but back to 6.5 today.
Trust Fund with Dylan Davis.
Cut back in distance here and gets off the slop, which should be a benefit.
Hot apprentice in New York, Dalila Rivera on strategic operation.
Jumping on board this horse who was claimed last time out by Antonio Arriaga.
And a big debut and a win from Wesley Ward's gun range. That was at Keeneland in April.
Wesley already having a good day today. This horse is a Hassa Tempest Valade, who's great too placed on the grass, but this one is on a gun runner, so dirt seems like the logical spot.
4 minutes to post here in this 6th at Saratoga. Todd Pletcher, his breakthrough win, first ever classic victory. It came in the Belmont with a filly, Rags to Riches. He's got a chance at a 5th. We'll be back.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, Belmont Stakes Day, and the crowd has come out. Just an incredible atmosphere here at this historic race course. It has been a tremendous 3-year run. when you see a day like this and all these great races and horses, you say, well, we're going to miss it here at Saratoga, but we have something very special to go back to with that new reimagined Belmont Park, its rightful home. That, of course, this week will happen there next year. So we get set for the 6th coming up. Local Knowledge. We talked about that debut back in October for Todd Pletcher and Spendthrift Farm. Third place finisher, as Megan mentioned, would win a stakes race as a maiden in the next start. Commandment, who won the Florida Derby, was 4th in this race. Big debut.
6th place finisher, was 2nd in the Lecomte early on down this year down at the fairgrounds. Key race, and he did it the right way first time out. Is he ready to go off the layoff? I think so. Looking at his workouts and knowing the trainer.
What do you think, Michelle?
I'm actually watching another horse, Greg. Sorry, watching the one horse, but looking at the 12, or looking at a Local Knowledge, very impressive debut. Like you said, did it the right way, coming out of a formful race, did it in a really good time. This is what I was looking at. Looked like the one, Playa Del Mar, was getting the tack taken off.
Yeah, Manny Franco holding in his hand, so we're going to take out Playa Del Mar. Unfortunately, because this one has been very good the last couple of starts. Was intrigued to see this one cutting back in distance. We'll go back to the barn instead.
He's walking right behind, so the horse is obviously fine. I don't know, do they have the same rule out here as we have in California, where if your butt touches the ground at any point or touches the railing that you're a scratch? Because it could have been an instance like that where he maybe bumped into the rail or sat down a little bit, because he looks perfectly content right there.
He's walking back under his own power. And a significant scratch, Greg, from a betting standpoint. 4-1 was the third choice here. So the money has shifted. The 8's now 7-2, 3-1 down to 2-1.
Yeah, you got 3 real key players in here. The 5 who we talked about, obviously the 8, Sea Strike for Chad Brown. We showed you that debut. And then that Wesley Ward runner on the extreme outside gun range, who was, look, we talk about how good that debut was for Local Knowledge. That was pretty impressive as well from this son of gun runner.
And another race that produced a couple of productive horses. The 3rd place horse came back and won by 3.5 for Churchill. The 8th place horse came back and crushed in a maiden race at Horseshoe Indy. So, yeah, I mean, the 14 and the 5 look similar on paper.
What's going to get the better trip? How about a price horse in the 7? Bright Line Bullet for Miguel Clement. I mean, really impressed off of the layoff to break the maiden, going 6.5 like we'll go here. That's generally not my favorite angle as first time versus winners. We saw it work for the Chad Brown, though, in the last race. We saw a vast improvement from Virus Speed Figures. Looks like he's been training really well. I think from a timing standpoint, Miguel does very well with this kind of a break. $270,000 purchase was well intended, and West Point's having a heck of a weekend.
I mean, the theme of this race, Greg, you've either got horses that have had 1 or 2 starts and blitzed in their maiden races by 4 or 5 lengths, or everybody else is like Yo Banana Boy, who's 3 for 19, 3 for 18. You've got horses that have experience with multiple wins, so there's a trade-off there, experience over inexperience.
Yeah, I thought this one ran a very fast race in that maiden score off the bench. Miguel Clement, yeah, to what you just said, Michelle, what a huge week. Wins that Belmont Gold Cup, the golden ticket to go to the Melbourne Cup with Tawnyport. And it sounds like Connections actually want to make that trip down under. And then still to come later today, Deterministic will try and go back-to-back in the Grade 1 Manhattan.
I really like him in that spot. I know a lot of people talking about Bright Picture in there. I think Deterministic with his running style, his affinity for this course, I just think that he's squarely the horse to beat for me.
I think so, yeah, there's a good chance. I think the European runner is going to have a big say this afternoon. That horse in there, the Bright Picture, and then the European filly in the Justice
Yesterday was good, too.
Yeah, yesterday the filly had a rough trip.
Yeah.
Ryder did a great job. Slow pace, got her to settle.
Miguel Clement says it's not a secret. We are going to the front.
Okay.
With Deterministic. And we'll see what happens. That is a very good field that he is facing. Obviously, Rhetorical coming off one of the best turf races we've seen in North America in a long time.
Does he want to go that far, though?
Yeah, and the horse that ran second to him at Churchill, I think, will improve with the distance. Interesting race.
Does Deterministic want to go that far?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or is that what you were saying?
No, Rhetorical. I don't know if Rhetorical wants to go that far. But I think Deterministic will be okay.
Here we go, loading up race 6, late scratch. Playa Del Mar, who was a player in here, the favorite, Sea Strike. Start number 2, missed the break in that debut, so keep your eyes on the start. See if things can go better from the outset this afternoon. Chad Brown, Flanagan Racing, Flavian Pratt will team up. Here in the 6th, let's send it upstairs. You're watching the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2. Frank Miramati, the call.
We just saw Caldo County going in. Here's Trust Fund in the gold colors. Strategic Operation will follow him in. And Gun Range in the colors of Three Chimneys Farm. They're in the gate. All in. We got some restless activity from Village Person. And they're off, and Gun Range stumbled at the start. Village Person is out very quickly. Local Knowledge is up close in the early going and takes second, and Brightline Bullet comes away in third. Butta fourth along the inside, and only about 2.5 lengths or so off the lead as they run down the back stretch. They're followed on the inside by Yo Banana Boy, who has about 3 lengths to make up, and also in that group is Imagine John. Then comes a 1.5 lengths back to Trust Fund, who's in mid-pack. Caldo Candy is next. The opening quarter went in 21 3/5 seconds. Sea Strike is trying to make some headway. He's got more than a dozen to make up. He's on the inside of Strategic Operation as they move around the far turn. After that tough start, Gun Range is just outside of him. Down on the inside, it is Brazenly, who has a lot of work to do, right next to Mary's Lad as the field turns for home. There's 1 furlong to go, and Village Person, this long shot, has been running very well the entire journey, confronted by Butta. Local Knowledge is on the outside of them. Coming to the 16th pole, Butta! Butta gets to the front. A rail skimming ride from Javier Castellano as Butta wins it all. Village Person was second, Local Knowledge third. It was a battle for fourth between Sea Strike and Yo Banana Boy.
Butta comes up with his huge upset here in the 6th. Javier Castellano, Ilkay Cantermachi Barn. This horse should just not go away on the inside.
Likes the 6.5 furlongs, coming out of a runner-up effort doing that, and was so determined there. I feel like Village people did a lot of early lifting and just got very tired, and Butta just had a beautiful trip.
All those horses coming off impressive maiden wins, Greg. The 1-2 finishes here, won 6 races between them. Experience pays off here, but nice ride. Butta getting the job done here and win number 4 in their career.
3-2-5, I believe the 4, Yo Banana Boy rounding out the superfecta, but it's the veteran Butta, 19th career start, 4th career win with a big surprise here in race 6.
Yeah, victory was smooth.
Well done, Mr. Bray. And you will not meet
I'm here daily.
Nicer trainers than the Cantermachi team.
Really?
Ilkay and Matcan, they're terrific. Very happy for them to get this win on a big day like this.
That was a big win, too.
Yep.
I mean, the way that he did it and how he slid up the rail, that showed some bravery, some intestinal fortitude, had to hold off Local Knowledge, who was, I feel like maybe just a touch green. You see him?
Yeah.
A little bit green care. And we had some major bumping going on in that second flight. The 6 kind of veered out and then veered back in, which caused the 8 horse to take up. I mean, this horse got the cleanest of trips, but maybe watch back. There could be some trip horses in there for next time to bet back with some cleaner.
Swift final time, 1:15.3 for 6.5 furlongs.
It's been, a topic of conversation, not just speed, inside. It's been pretty good all week long. We're seeing that, seems like again today.
Would appear so, yeah. I mean, the horse is close to the pace, close to the inside. Again, the cleanest horse home wins here.
29-1 over 35-1, 2-1 and 32-1 for your superfecta.
Wow.
So big numbers here in this 6th race.
Look at that
Oh,
shot.
The
there's
overhead
the
drone
bumping
shot.
going on, too, in that second flight.
What a great shot with the crowd. They say racing's dead.
Meanwhile, look, you talked about, Simon, the horses with experience here. Multiple winners running 1-2. Local Knowledge, Michelle, off the bench, just the second start of his career, runs pretty good here.
Ran very good, and to go back to Simon's point, The horses that are running in front of him have had multiple wins. It is so tough to go first time versus winners, taking on older horses, taking on multiple winners. This was a huge ask for a horse who still has some mentality issues to kind of get over.
Yeah, I mean, he's young. He had his first start, and his only start was 6, 7, 8 months ago.
We're used to seeing this man collect trophies, winning Travers at 1.25 miles. No one's won more than Javier Castellano. Wins a 6.5 furlong sprint here during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Sagesta in the Grade 1 Just a Game. Still to come. Return for her 5-year-old campaign with a Grade 1 win at Keeneland. What will she do for an encore? Stay with us.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Look at these two juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage here at the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. If you're playing multi-race wagers in this one, you probably had to spread to get butter.
Very good, Greg.
I'm
Very
trying to
good.
match you.
You not only matched, you surpassed.
What a performance. What an upset. 29-1 here in race 6.
Watching him there in the red blinkers, sliding through the rail like a warm knife.
Very good. Yeah, and we talked about, you know, the local knowledge, the Pletcher runner. Ran in spots, still green, inexperienced. Ultimately, if you ran this race probably 4 or 5 more times, this horse, the 5, might end up being the best horse coming out of here. But today, it was all about butter with that experience. 29-1 on top. This is a day of huge, huge prices. That pick 3, Greg, $1,100.
The exacta over $500.
Whoa.
Look at that super.
Huge numbers. Yeah, dollar super effective, 15,000. If you missed it, $316. Pretty incredible. Here we go. Grade 1, just a game. A race that Chad Brown has done pretty well in, I'd say. He's won 4 straight. He's won 8 of the last 9. He'll have Sandtrap, who's coming off a States debut victory, who's a full sister to 4-star day winner Carl Spackler. He has Sagesta coming off back-to-back Grade 1 wins as well, so he's got some ammunition to win another.
But the interesting thing, to back up your point, he's won every edition pretty much since 2017. Out of all of those, Greg, only 2 have been favored. You know, he runs multiple horses, so don't dismiss any Chad Brown runner in any of these stakes races on the grass.
Well, we'll start with the one who may be favored, and Sagesta, Michelle. This was the start to her 5-year-old return off the bench dead heats for a grade 1 win in the Jenny Wiley.
Yeah, I thought she ran very well this day, like you mentioned, off of the bench. And she's a filly that's relatively versatile. She's actually run very well on the lead. She's come from a little bit further back. I think being able to press the pace was a good spot for her. She's not in the easiest of spots in here, and I think that she ran very, very well. Anytime that you're taking pressure from other horses, it's a tough place to be in, and it makes you give out a lot more energy than if you're just free rolling. So she had a very hard spot to overcome.
I thought she's gotten a lot better and showed it. Obviously, 2 grade 1 wins the last 2 starts. Did you see this race that was a lot more wide open, or does she look to you like potentially a standout?
I don't think she's a standout. I think you have to pay real close attention to the European runner, Mandabar. We saw what the Europeans did yesterday, unlucky defeat. I think Mandanaba absolutely has a shot in here. She's got that form with Jazora. She faced a horse called Fallen Angel, who's a very good 3-time grade 1 winner. She beat a horse called Godspeed last out, who's a stakes winner. Don't sleep on the 4.
Likes to be forward as well. Usually see a lot of those European runners kind of lay back, make a late run. She likes to be on the front end. Mandanaba, major player in this race coming up. And then, of course, Chad Brown as well with Sandtrap, who is improving. And you talk about that form with Jazora, with Mandanaba. That one was second to Jazora before she came to the States here. We're going to send it upstairs right now to Frank Miramati.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats for the singing of our national anthem. As we honor America, the national anthem performed this Belmont Stakes Day by Sergeant First Class Emily McAleese-Jurgen.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And an exclamation point with a flyover. Absolutely nailed that. And that gets the crowd going a little bit for the first time this afternoon as we get set for grade 1 action coming up in this Just a Game on the Turf. Incredible crowd here. Obviously, we think about this week. Starts out with New York Showcase Day, and the races, they get bigger, they get more important day by day, and the build really to this day. And the fans have come out for a big one here.
Greg, look, there's a lot of great days of racing on the New York Racing Association circuit. Saratoga, obviously the main summer meet, but I'd argue that these are arguably the 2 best racing days out of the year at NYRA. There's no question, hands down, 10 grade 1s, top quality competition. And, look, it's at Saratoga now. I go to the new Belmont, but I think we're just setting the tone for what's to come for these 2 days going forward.
Travers just called, wants to talk to you. Pretty incredible, though. What a way to send off this week with one final last hurrah here at Saratoga before it returns to its rightful home and the August Belmont Trophy. Who will be holding it after 7 o'clock this evening? We'll be back.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Gorna headstrong in the early going. Mind frame is 4 deep, but up and on the pace and antiquarian agenda. Field turns for home. Mind Frame on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mind Frame. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Back with you on Belmont Stakes Day in this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival here on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you where you can play it all, including all summer long and beyond at Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, Belmont 25. Get that free play in the Belmont and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you put in that code at sign-up. Belmont 25 right there at NairaBets.com. 16 minutes away from race 7, the big one to come, third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Last time it will ever be run here at Saratoga. I'll look at the field. Time for picks. Let's go to Samantha first.
And very much looking forward to the unveiling of the Belmont Park Reimagined, a beautiful facility I was lucky enough to go to. But for today, the number 8 Emerging Market, a flat 10th place finish in the Kentucky Derby. He had a lost shoe that race, a couple of setbacks. I think he's primed and ready for a big effort today. His breezes across this Saratoga track have been unbelievably beautiful, just flows so nicely over the ground here. Looks to rebound after that Kentucky Derby effort here, and he's my pick in the Belmont Stakes. What about you, Greg?
I'm going to go with Renegade, who probably is going to be your favorite. Ever since he got blitzed in his debut as a 2-year-old here at Saratoga, Todd Pletcher told Mike Rapoli, do not worry. The race was not near as bad as it looks. When he stretches out, he is going to be a lot better. He is a gritty horse, and he's shown that grittiness, particularly in that Kentucky Derby when he got bounced around on the inside post and still had that huge finish. Every single start from him, he has consistently been extremely good, and I think consistently faster than most of the races we're going to see in this Belmont Stakes this afternoon. I think he's the one to beat going into this one. Michelle?
For me, I'm all Renegade as well. He was my top Kentucky Derby pick. He did everything but win that race with the trip that he got, and then also he didn't have an opportunity to re-rally when Golden Tempo came to him. I think today it's going to be on the lookout for all other closers. I think he has a little bit more tacticality than we've seen from him, and hopefully he can be closer to the pace today. I like Renegade on top in the Belmont.
Mr. Bray.
Yeah, I'm looking for Bill Maher to go back-to-back at Chief Wallaby. Look, he's lightly raced, but you're talking about a trainer who lets his horses do the talking. He's very lightly raced. Bill Maher wouldn't bring him here if he didn't think he had a good chance. He doesn't need to just show up to run in the Belmont Stakes. Chief Wallaby, for me, Hopefully he gets a little cleaner trip. He'll be closer to the pace. Second time blinkers. I'll go with him. 5-1 right now.
Some people felt he should maybe be the favorite in this race. What price do you think he should be?
I think somewhere around 4-1 to 5-1 in that range, 9-2. I totally understand by Renegade. Here's the thing about Renegade, Greg. You know, trouble trips and, you know, obvious trouble in video replays, they always get those horses always get played. You could see Renegade was absolutely sideswiped in the early stage. A lot of people see that. They're going to come back and say, well, he's going to have less traffic today. So that horse was always going to get played. But I'm fine with the 5-1. You guys keep betting Renegade. I'll take the 5-1.
Todd Pletcher has said it took him a good couple of weeks, Renegade, to get over that Derby. He was so exerted from that performance. He's back to his best as he was going into that Kentucky Derby now. So Todd Pletcher feels we're going to get his A race this afternoon. Grade 1 action kicking off when we return with a Just a Game mile on the turf as Chad Brown tries to win a 5th straight. Stay with us.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
It is Timberlake who's going to win.
She's so speedy in that sprint. Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us here at the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Unlike really any other track here in the country, you can get up close and personal like nowhere else to the horses here at the Spa. Part of what makes this place so special here in upstate New York, creating that next generation of fans. Grade 1 action. I'm about to get underway with the Just a Game. Let's go to Samantha Perry.
Thank you, Greg. And the One Classic Q came into the paddock guns a-blazing. This is a horse that whenever she entered the paddock, the flyover happened at the very same time, and she just bolted. Her groom did a very good job apprehending her. They never let her go, but she was just pulling them through the grass in a very aggressive fashion. So she is very much on cue and ready to go, especially with a filly that has a lot of speed. That's what you want to see, but you don't want to see her doing too much from that rail draw, but she's one that is very alert. So just keep an eye on her on the track because there's a lot of sights and sounds happening. Now the number 2 Sand Trap, the full to Carl Spackler. What a cool horse he was. And this is a filly that she resembles him a lot just as far as body size goes. She's just kind of a bit of a stronger filly, a little bit more size to her for a turf runner. Her unveiling in the United States last time at Aqueduct was a beautiful performance. The chart kind of missed her break trouble that she had. She was a bit slow from the blocks there as horses that are coming from Europe typically are. The starting stalls are much different over there than the starting gate here, just as far as the way that they're handled going into the gate. And typically in Europe, they do not have a handler or a starter go into the saddling stalls with them. So sharper break today. The way she wrapped up down the lane after she switched her leads, it was just so beautiful. And she just marches through the paddock, guys. Just a beautiful long walk to her, and my top pick in this spot here.
All right, Samantha, thank you. We're 8 minutes away, post-parade coming up for this Just a Game. Let's take a look at Sand Trap, the second start of her career. That was over in Deauville in France. Second to Jazora, of course, a Breeders' Cup winner. States debut, Michelle, off a 544-day layoff. She does this.
Pretty impressive. Really a nice closing kick there. You can see her on the outside, still making some air. She didn't switch leads till right there, and you could see how she was lugging around because she was on that wrong lead. And once she switched leads, really gave you a nice close. Of course, it was just allowance company in there. You kind of expected her to run a big race like that, especially for Chad. Very nice leaping off point. I guess she deserves the opportunity to run in a grade 1 now. But I don't know. I feel like there's other horses in here that are kind of more proven at this caliber.
Yeah, I think she deserves a shot. There's no question about it. It's a big jump up from an A other than to a grade 1. You're taking one of the biggest jumps there possibly in racing. To me, the race goes through the 4, Mandanaba. I'm always attracted to these European runners. We saw Kankura run so well yesterday, Greg. Look, when Mandanaba ran in the Prix de Diane, the French Oaks, who was third in that race? It was Kankura. So we know the form's been backed up. We know the winner was Jazora. She comes in well. You've got the hottest trainer in France right now, Francis-Henri Graffard. He's won 8 out of his last 32 starters on the Paris circuit the last month. So, I mean, everything's pointing right. She's a half to Mandoon, who's a grade 2 winner. And I thought that the rider rode a fantastic race. He comes back in this mount today, Christophe Lecoeur. I thought he ran a tremendous race yesterday. No pace. He got the horse to settle, wasn't fighting. I thought he got that horse to switch off. The key for her is getting in behind horses and getting relaxed.
And look, she's beat Jazora as well. She did that in the Group 3, just the second start of her career. And according to Connections, she's actually strengthened quite a lot from 3 to 4.
Looks like she has on paper too. Simon mentioned Fallen Angel, a 5-time grade 1 winner that beat her 2 back. The filly that she beat last time, Godspeed, she was purchased out of that race for a hefty sum of money. And this is kind of something that we see Graffard do. He brings horses back that are rowdier horses and lets them have a go a little bit shorter, and then they're ready. It's almost like having a blowout the morning of the race, right? He just kind of lets them go, stretch their legs in this shorter race, go a little bit faster than maybe you want to go to prep for a race like this, and I've seen him do it time and time again. So this is really on par with his kind of training style.
And the mile trip here is perfect. If you're getting 7 furlongs in Europe, you'll easily get a mile here in the United States.
And I mean, she's got a mile and an eighth in France too.
Dylan Davis, John Tarrant over there with a long shot, and who's a little interesting fast market. Coming out of that Jenny Wiley against Sagesta. And even though 6th in her comeback race, first start of the year as a 4-year-old filly, only beat 2 3/4 lengths.
I just feel like she's never finished really great for me, and I feel like you need to have a lot more of a finishing kick, especially at this particular level. She's just always kind of look flat at the end.
You know, back to the Euro Invader, and here she is, Simon. You don't see it a lot, certainly some, but this is one that really seems to like firm ground, and she's going to get that today.
That's probably one of the reasons why she's here, right? When you bring horses to the United States, that's why they come in. And that's why, you know, with the Breeders' Cup being run in California so many years, it surprised a lot of people that there was such heavy European participation. But they knew they were going to get firm ground so they could bring the appropriate horses. And I think this horse is well meant today.
Obviously, you know, Chad Brown knows his horses pretty well, and he knows how to win these types of races pretty well. To put Sand Trap in this spot, he thinks pretty highly of her, and she deserves that chance. Let's go back to Samantha.
All right, I'm with trainer Cherie DeVoe, who sends out Deep Satin here, and a bit of a wide trip last time out. What are you expecting today?
I'm expecting to move forward from her. You know, in a tough field, first off the bench at Keeneland, but she's been training well out of that, and she seems to have an affinity for the course here.
2 wins across this course here. Of course, this is your home. How does it feel to be back here in Saratoga for the final leg of the Triple Crown?
It's been really nice. You know, I was actually born in Saratoga, but it's nice to see the whole community rally around, because I'm not a hometown person, but I do represent Saratoga, and it's something I'm very proud of.
Well, you're a fine New York bred that we're all very happy to have you here for. Best of luck in the Belmont a little bit later.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Cherie.
Cherie DeVoe, incredible. It took her about 11 months to get the first win of her career when she went out on her own. She has really piled on the wins since then. We start off our post parade with Classic Q for Mark Casse.
Classic Q. Mark Casse already had a big upset on the card today, massive price, and got a 5-1 shot here.
Sagesta coming off back-to-back Grade 1 wins.
Like this filly, she has proven to be classy from coast to coast. She gets a turn back in distance, which I think is a plus for her.
Group winner in France, Mandanaba.
Yeah, we've talked about her. She's got good form against Kankura.
Another from the Mark Casse barn, and one more time.
This could be a nice long shot. A horse that likes to be forwardly placed, although his other horse does as well. She's taking a step up in class today, but
yeah,
she
I'd like
already
to
is
get
a
back
Grade
to
1
her
winner.
if we can.
Sure.
Fast market, big price would buy.
20-1, comes off a 6th place finish, got a lot of room to improve here.
Luis Saez and Buttercream Babe.
Stretching out in distance and a big step up in class for her.
And we just heard from Kentucky Derby winning trainer Cherie DeVoe. This is Deep Satin for her barn.
She was 8th in the Jenny Wiley. She's got to take major strides forward here.
There's the 2 Sand Trap, Chad Brown, Manny Franco.
Yeah, looking at this filly right here, she looks like she's carrying an awful lot of condition walking over. Very nice U.S. debut, earned herself a spot against Grade 1 company.
So Mark Casse, he's had a terrific week already. Nibago was sensational. As you look at the hardware that will be given out for this Just a Game.
Nitrogen was unbelievable yesterday.
Looks like she might be the best dirt horse, male or female, off that effort yesterday in the entire country in the Ogden Phipps.
Some thought she was trending in the wrong direction, me included. She put that to sleep yesterday.
Classic Q. John Velasquez will ride for the Casse barn here, and Michelle gets the inside post, has speed from the rail as well.
Yeah, and you can see her here on Churchill Downs on the Derby Day undercard where she took him gate to wire. Now, I will say, I think that the turf course that particular day was very speed favoring. In fact, I had backed others in there. And then going into that race, after watching the races, I thought I have to back this filly. So you can still see the Chad Brown horse making up a ton of ground in her portfolio duration. So this race going to be formful with that filly running well yesterday. But Classic Q, certainly not without a shot in here.
I mean, there's no surprise what she's going to do, right? I mean, if you look at it, she's a need the lead type. She only ever wins when she's on the lead. She's got the inside post. She's got a rider that likes to be forwardly placed. Gun and go.
He's got another horse in here, a Grade 1 winner and one more time that also wants to be on the lead.
Back to Mandanaba, the import. State's debut coming up. Daughter of champions, top and bottom. Let's go back to the French 1,000 guineas.
Yeah,
Pick her out here for us, Simon.
Yeah, this is when she finished 3rd this day. The winner gets DQ'd out of this. She's perfect, but look, this was a solid effort. She was 7-1 that day. I thought she ran a huge race. Look, the next 2 starts were a little disappointing, but I think she had excuses. I think those races actually, the Prix de Diane was a little tougher, and then she just didn't show up against Fallen Angel. She rebounded here. Good effort down on the inside, finishing 3rd there.
3-1 right now on Mandanaba. And, you know, obviously, look, we look at Sandtrap, who is talented, but probably, you think, getting a little overbet right now because of connections?
That's what it is. Yeah, I mean, she's 4-1, and she's 4-1 against into the teeth of a horse that's been running against some top-class horses in Europe. It's a connections play, Greg. It really is. Chad Brown, if I was training this horse here, it'd be about 14-1 probably.
And you brought up that performance from Nitrogen. It was the performance of the week, probably going to steal the show. What we've seen, she was, before she moved to the dirt, she was the best turf filly in the land. 3-year-old filly turf division. And One More Time beat her on the turf back in her 2-year-old campaign, the 5
Right.
and One More Time. And then she went to the bench. She had a fairly significant injury. She fractured her left front. She had to get about 5 or 6 screws. Took her a long time to get back. And now Mark Casse says he finally feels like she's back to where she was at her best right now. As you said, Michelle, 11-1 on the 5. She could be very dangerous.
I think she could be super dangerous. She, especially going the flat mile. She just loves this particular distance. And now looking at the way her stablemate is acting, Classic Q might run her race before this race is run. She was a little keyed up in the paddock because of the flyover. You heard Samantha report about that. But I just watched her right now. She was refusing to go with the pony. They're trying to pull her along. She did not want to go forward. She's been swishing her tail around. You know, there could be some extenuating circumstances for Classic Q today.
5's a great price. You're right, Greg.
Yep.
There she is, and one more time. 11-1 right now. Javier Castellano will ride. Let's go back to Samantha.
Thanks, Greg. And the number 2, Sand Trap. You talk about a horse that just oozes class, and it is her. She's one that she steps onto the track and she just grows 5 times in size. She's a beautiful, beautiful filly here. She is my top pick. I love the way she warmed up. You separate horses from the good to great category by how they are warming up in the preliminaries here. And like I mentioned with the number 1, Classic Q, just a play against with a little bit of her antics today. But the 2 is just been a perfect contender here in this spot, just leading up to the race. Now, the 3, her stablemate, has been very game lately, and she got her nose down in time to split the win with the Expensive Queen, who is a very nice turf filly for trainer Brendan Walsh. But kind of wonder now, her second start into her 5-year-old career, sometimes they can start being a mom on the mind, but she's one that looks phenomenal here. You can see just how much her neck is kind of just bowed up and just how strong she is through her shoulder. We've got a new generation coming in Sand Trap and Sagesta, the old pro mare with some very nice graded stakes wins in her resume.
Trying to make it 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins. Sagesta, she's the 9-5 favorite. Sharita Vo made history in the Kentucky Derby. Her first runner of the afternoon. She'll have Golden Tempo later in the Belmont. Deep Satin outside for her in this race. Race named after Peter Brandt's filly. Was named the 1980 Champion Turf Female. What a season. Won the Diana, the Flower Bowl, the Orchid, the New York. Chad Brown, he has, of course, owned this race. He's won 4 straight, 8 of the last 9. And he'll have 2 chances to try and keep that streak alive with Sand Trap loading right here. And the favorite, Sagesta, as you take a look at her right there with Flavian Pratt trying to win a 3rd straight Grade 1. It is the Just a Game from the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, the first of 6 Grade 1s on this card. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
We have 2 more left to load. Mandanaba goes in quietly. And Deep Satin will be the last one. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Just a Game presented by Resolute Racing. Classic Q, and one more time has speed too. And Sagesta is aggressive today. So Sagesta goes right after Classic Q into the first turn. Those 2 are head and head, and one more time is next. And then comes Buttercream Babe, who is packed out 4 deep going into the first turn. The lead belongs to Classic Q. It's a 1.5 length advantage. Sagesta is racing in second. Mandanaba's a little bit keen. She's on the inside 3rd, but only 2 lengths off the lead as they make their way down the back stretch. And one more time is next, followed by Sand Trap, who was in a little tight going into that first turn. Buttercream Babe is now 4 wide. The 2 trailers, Fast Market and Deep Satin. 23-3 was the opening fraction for Classic Q, who leads it by a length, tracked by Sagesta into the far turn, the half in 47 seconds flat. Mandanaba has a ground-saving journey and has settled into her stride 3rd. They're followed by And One More Time, who's 4th. Sand Trap is in the mix, 5th. In between horses, Buttercream Babe asks for a bit more, followed by Fast Market and Deep Satin. They're at the top of the stretch. And Classic Q hanging tough. Sagesta is still a 1.5 lengths behind her in second. Mandanaba now moves through to take that second spot. Has to get to Classic Q in the final 16th. Classic Q strong on the front end under Hall of Famer John Velasquez. And Classic Q takes them all the way in the Just a Game. Second to Mandanaba, in front of Sagesta.
They just cannot catch Classic Q, and not that far off a course record going gate to wire for the win.
1:32.4 for the mile. Lightning fast time here. And Classic Q is one way of going. When she gets the lead, she's pretty much undefeated. And when she got the opening quarter here, Michelle, in 23-3, under easy fractions for her. She really quickened up nicely. Very, very good effort.
Yeah, she had something to finish with there and really looked fantastic going on the backside. She was really in the bridle, wanting to do this. And look at her here. I mean, this four had every opportunity to run her down and could not reel in Classic Q.
One was pulling away late, Greg, which you don't usually see in a situation like this going gate to wire.
Mark might hire the flybys for her next race.
See those hot pink silks. Gary Barber team up to win a lot of races with Mark Casse over the years. And this is certainly a big one, this grade 1. With John Velasquez aboard, it's Classic Q. Let's go to Samantha.
All right, I'm with trainer Mark Casse. And Mark, she had quite an eventful entrance to the paddock here today.
Yeah, she did her own flyover. A little bit. It was a little scary. She got a little wound up today. She was a little upset, but one thing about her, when she gets to business, she takes care of it.
How did you take her to the next level, just from her 3-year-old to now her 4-year-old career?
Honestly, she's been pretty good all along. She just has needed to settle and do some things, but she's been extremely talented from the day she broke her maiden. I told the owners, I said, she's a good one.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the day, and congratulations here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mark Casse.
Just unable to catch this filly. Incredibly sharp final time. This turf course is playing fast today, but impressive. Now she's won back-to-back graded stakes, Michelle.
Yeah, Mark said she's been good all along, and when you really take out a lot of these races that aren't at a mile, Greg, she's super consistent. She finds herself on the lead, and she loves to be out there. I thought she was doing too much before the race. That was a negative antics, and it did not matter on the racetrack.
Got a little worked up with the flyover, but she put it behind her. She's coming into hand the right time of the year.
What a great weekend for Mark Casse. Is that 3 grade 1s for him so far?
Yep.
Classic Q, Mandanaba, Sagesta, and then Deep Satin for Cherie DeVoe, who will, of course, send out Golden Tempo, the Derby winner, completing the Superfecta in here, but no doubt about your winner, Gate to Wire. For these hot pink silks of Gary Barber, Classic Q, 5th career win, 15 starts on the lawn, and a 6-1 start to a mandatory pay pick 5. And our first of 6 grade 1s on the card. So many big matchups, obviously, still to come. Is there one that stands out for the two of you that you're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to the sprint race, the True North, just because it's a rematch of Ben Tornado and Bookham Dano. I think that's going to shape up to be a great matchup.
Ditto for that.
Breeders' Cup sprint winner did not win the Eclipse. The horse who passed on it did.
Yep.
And now they get to settle it on the racetrack, so it's going to be fun in that True North, which is coming up next on our coverage on Big Fox. This race, the last Triple Crown event ever to be held at Saratoga. What a run it's been over these last 3 years. Renegade 9-5. Golden Tempo. Do you feel like that's where Golden Tempo sort of should be on the board at 5-1?
Oh, I wholeheartedly think so, yeah. I mean, and the reason why I play against Golden Tempo, I think the situation, the race dynamics are totally different today. But Greg, if I didn't bet Golden Tempo at 23-1, why would I come back and bet him at 5-1 today? And I'm talking about just from a betting standpoint. So he's all out of my business today.
But also, too, and forget price, this is going to be a different kind of run race today, isn't it, as well?
It is. You know, when you look at the Kentucky Derby, it is 20 horses, and it's a mess out of the gate sometimes, like it just was. I think that today we're going to have a lot more fairly run race. It's going to be a lot more compact field, but horses are going to find themselves in the positions that they want to be in or need to be in. But the way the track's playing, too, I think it goes against Golden Tempo.
Real quick, to your point, Greg, the dynamics of the race, the first, second, and third place finishes in the Derby were 4th last, 2nd last, and last, going into the first turn in Kentucky. That won't happen here this afternoon.
Jose Ortiz said, look, it's going to be a lot more difficult for a lot of reasons, race in this Belmont. Does he have to change what he does on this horse if that horse is going to be successful?
I don't think you can. Deep closing horses like that, it usually goes the wrong way when you try to have them more forwardly placed. You know, the only way you can do that is if the internal fractions become a little slower, then the horse might put themselves in the race. Then it becomes a sprint to the wire.
Who's the forgotten horse in this Belmont that no one's really talking about?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean,
is it Commandment?
I think it's Commandment. I think it's Commandment because you know, we're dismissing a horse off one bad race, and I think he can rebound. He was too far back last time out. His work at Churchill last week was outstanding. I covered the works before the Derby. It was so going in. I think he's improved a lot out of the Derby. He's the forgotten horse.
Everyone talked about that being the toughest path into the Kentucky Derby, that Florida series. He dominated that series, or at least kept winning along that series. And he's going to get a rider change now with John Velasquez.
Yeah, he gets a big rider change here. We've seen Johnny V and his success up here in Saratoga in the Belmont Stakes itself. Good rider change. I don't know. I'm not a Commandment fan. I'm just going to stick with Renegade, guys. Just Renegade for me.
Who is taking a lot of support right now. 9 to 5. Coverage continues on Big Fox next at the top of the hour with that True North and that Sprint Showdown with Ben Tornado and Bookham Dano, not to mention a strong supporting cast as well. Still ahead, the Kentucky Derby winner passing on the Preakness, back in action. Still to come, Golden Tempo for Cherie DeVaux, trying to take 2/3 of this Triple Crown. The runner-up, Renegade, getting back to work. He will be your favorite, not Golden Tempo when they line up at the Belmont Stakes. Commandment, as we just talked about, getting a rider change, will be John Velasquez aboard, who will take home the August Belmont Trophy. Kick it over to Big Fox next.
In front of 150,000 plus. From last to first, Golden Tempo defeating Renegade. Would you believe it? Could you believe it? The jockeys slugging it out? Brothers, Jose and Arad Ortiz. Younger brother getting the best of older brother. As for the history, Cherie DeVaux, first female trainer to saddle a Kentucky Derby winner. What a story. What a race. And the best part, very soon, we'll do it all over again. Welcome to the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes. That venue has seen it all. Since 1863, Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Typically a summer getaway known as the August place to be. Not on this first Saturday in June, around 50,000 expected for New York's biggest horse race. This Saratoga fan base arrive early, stay late, it's what they do. And the Derby winner has arrived. He'll hang around for a bit. Golden Tempo patiently waiting, tucked away in his stall as showtime approaches. Gorgeous Saratoga paddock. This crowd, as the energy builds, getting closer to the main event, are set. Who's luckier than us? Right in the middle of it all, amongst the best horse racing fans on the planet. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. In about 4 hours, the 158th Belmont Stakes. The storylines, Golden Tempo, out to prove his upset win in the Derby was no fluke. The brothers, Arad, Jose Ortiz, going head-to-head once again with Golden Tempo and Renegade. Cherie DeVaux, already having made history, now trying to become the second female trainer to win a Belmont Stakes in the last 4 years, all part of a fascinating Belmont Stakes. As we take a look at the odds presented by Naira Bets, those are live odds. Number 4, Renegade, 2-1 morning line favorite, now 9 to 5. Number 9, Golden Tempo, Derby Hero, opened at 9 to 2, 5 to 1. All leading up to the Belmont Stakes. As I welcome in my co-host, he's a 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. Guys, let's start with the atmosphere. Andy, for someone who's never attended a Belmont, Saratoga. How would you best describe the energy, the atmosphere here?
Well, the town came alive last night and extended to today here at Saratoga. The crowd is enthusiastic, the crowd is young, and it's electric here.
And as far as the wagering, Paul, we just saw it moments ago. How does this make any sense when we watch Golden Tempo beat Renegade in the Derby, and Renegade is heavily favored over Derby winner Golden Tempo?
Well, I just think the Kentucky Derby race was kind of played right into the Golden Tempo's hands. He's the kind of horse that lags way back and makes that one run. And he didn't get into any trouble, Lafitte. A lot of the other runners coming out of the Kentucky Derby into the Belmont Stakes had plenty of excuses.
Dramatic Derby winner Golden Tempo, 23-1 upset, catapulting past 17 runners to victory. And now here at Saratoga, acclimating to new surroundings as preparations continue for the Belmont Stakes. Acacia Camon at Cherie DeVos stable earlier today with everything Golden Tempo's been up to since bypassing the Preakness.
Immediately following his win in the Kentucky Derby, Golden Tempo shipped right back to Cherie DeVos' home base at Keeneland, where he has been since shipping back to Saratoga on Monday, just right before the Belmont Stakes. He's been training there at Keeneland, but he has had the services of his regular jockey, Jose Ortiz, for his breezes in preparation for the Belmont. Jose saying that since his Derby win, Golden Tempo has become a bit more aggressive, has become a better workhorse, and Cherie saying that she feels he's finally figuring things out and maybe peaking at the right time. Already with the Kentucky Derby win under his belt, that could be a scary thought for what is clearly a talented horse, Lafitte.
Another layer to the story. Cherie DeVos, Saratoga Springs native, trying to win the Belmont in her hometown. Now here's a win for our viewers. You sign up today. And the good people at Naira Bets are giving you $25 to play with. $25 free play plus $200 deposit match bonus. You're going to use that promo code WIN25. You're good to go. Sign up today, NairaBets.com. All right, guys, let's circle back 5 weeks ago, the Kentucky Derby. Andy Renegade from the rail. What happens?
Irad Ortiz tries to come out and make some room for himself. The other rider said, no, no, no. And then a rider on the outside crowded things for all the horse inside him, including Renegade. But, Paul, when you're a deep closer like that, does that trouble really hurt you?
Well, it kind of benefited him on this day, right? Because if you look at the first, second, and third place finishers, they were all way back, and they were kind of the horses that made the third, second, and last run, and the horse that made the last run was the winner.
The last runners were the best runners in this race, and that's why I think in this year's Belmont Stakes, where there's not going to be that strong a pace, you want more forwardly placed horses, which does not include Golden Tempo or Renegade.
Big brother Arad, orange cap Renegade. Little brother Jose gets the best of him. Golden Tempo by a neck. Brutal Derby beat Renegade. There he is, and back at Saratoga where it all started. Debuted here last summer. And now he's trained by Todd Pletcher. 2 runners in the Belmont Stakes. Chad Brown trains 3 as we check in with Megan Burgess at the Chad Brown stable earlier today.
Trainer Chad Brown is no stranger to the highest peaks of racing in his future Hall of Fame career. What's missing? A win in the Belmont Stakes. But this year, it's strength in numbers, as he'll send out a 3-prong attack, including Peter Pan winner Growth Equity, regally bred Grade 1 place Otinho, and emerging Market, who suffered his first career defeat in the Kentucky Derby after a troubled trip, losing a right front shoe. But according to his trainer,